I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Sustainable Saturday, dedicated to understanding our Constitution and helping people like Donald Trump understand our Constitution. Wanting to constantly face his accuser, Donald Trump is claiming the Sixth Amendment applies to him in this particular case, and it only relates to criminal defendants. So ironically, right to a speedy trial, right to confront the witness who's accusing the defendant of a crime, all of that is the Sixth Amendment, but it doesn't involve impeachment. And what's going on in the House is actually not the trial of Donald Trump. It's actually something much different. It's more of a discovery stage where we find out if he did engage in misuse of power with his Ukrainian approach, sending Giuliani over there to try to get the dirt on Joe Biden. And if indeed he did that, and they can prove it, because right now Donald Trump is trying to throw a bunch of people under the bus, claiming that they did it and he didn't. We're going to deal with that later. In the meantime, there's concern that this is an ongoing issue, that somehow he's not getting his rights fairly given to him. There are no Sixth Amendment protections for the president under this circumstance. So until they get the discovery stage out of the way, then we get to the trial stage, which is in the Senate. We'll be dealing with that issue a little bit later, if indeed he's impeached in the House, because he may not be if he proves to be innocent of all the accusations against him. All right, welcome to the show, everybody. We've got a lot of people gathering in various rooms to talk about America and where it's at. Today we've been doing a technical pre-show. Sarah's been working on the technical side, and she's in the background developing that right now. Working on another server. We're trying to build a show that we can somehow, someday, offer you unlimited access without all the barriers you're facing right now. I know that many of you are clicking the refresh screen and aren't able to get in the show. And I know many of you are trying to get in without email verification because it's hard to get an email address, yet you're broadcasting or you want to talk from outside of the United States. So a lot of people are having barriers in every department, in every chat room we have, and this is simply what they're doing. They're trying to censor us. And they've been doing this, tightening the screws on our show for the past 9 years. We've been broadcasting since 2008. I started this show with one intention, that's to build a third party to unite the country. Here I was in 2008 talking to the people after 500 hours of nonstop broadcasting prior to the election of Barack Obama.
So you want me to do this?
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
I was at my lowest, really. After 500 hours, we sent out press releases to everybody around the country, all the major networks, all the major magazines, not one single response. After all that effort to try to at least awaken people to the need for the third party in 2008. And I did get one response, though, from a friend of mine who I roomed with at the dorms. He's no longer a friend of mine because I've lost touch with him, but he was a friend at one time, and he said, Dave, I heard you're running for president. I got a call from him. It's like, well, he's a journalist. That's how he knew. So it's not like the message didn't get out there. It got out there in a big way, but nobody wanted to talk about it. No one wanted to give an average American a chance to speak out in this country, which shows you the veil of censorship that's really laying over our nation, which claims to be free and democratic. Now, today I dedicate the show to sustainability and also ending the wars overseas. My idea was to get out of Syria, but to leave a system in place, a weapons-free safe zone to guard the people like the Kurds. Donald Trump is using the idea of getting out of Syria to really give it over to Putin, not to provide safety and security for the people that remain there. And he even used my word safe zone in many of his speeches, which I came up with in 2009. It's an authentic, original idea, the concept of a safe zone. And that's something that was never discussed prior. The green zone was talked about, but not the word safe zone. So now he's using it, claiming, oh, we have a safe zone, the Kurds are fine, we've worked it out with Putin. Basically, Donald Trump is doing everything he can for Vladimir Putin. And if you look at it, stand away from it, you'll see that that's what the case is.
Okay, now I need to stop again after I uncomment. I haven't even done the password part. I restarted, and I'm also started a I Am With You Misanthropy over on Vaughn Live.
Right. There is an I Am waiting for you at Vaughn Live.
If you can read your
If you can
IMs.
read your I Am's Misanthropy. And do you want me to bring up that screen for you?
Oh, but am I...
Okay, you can bring up that screen if you want to look at it on screen.
But I just
behind.
restarted my computer, so am I going to have to restart everything?
I don't know.
Probably. Anyway, I think I'm okay.
The head of maybe the head of CNN put the kibosh on me. A lot of people have been censoring me, not just CNN, NBC, ABC, Fox. It's a constant thing, and I know that when I talk about it, many of you don't believe it. But I'm here to tell you, for the past 11 years, I've been doing that, and it's been a very, very obvious thing from my perspective. That was a Honda Insight, which I still have, and it runs great. It gets about 55 miles per gallon, and it's working fantastic. Those cars are still timeless. They're over 19 years old now. Sarah has one and I have one. 1 year apart, and we love them. They're really efficient, and they certainly would be a great car for our country to have in the future. Something like that, but a 4-passenger car that gets 100 miles per gallon. And I introduced the U.S. Auto Corporation back in those days, and I still believe it's possible. And it's not socialism I'm talking about. It's a concept I call hybrid capitalism, in which the government can actually start competing in the private sector, which is not socialism. We don't have unfair advantage necessarily, and we will build things like cars, at least one brand that could give the people, American people, a chance to save some serious money. Sarah and I wrote this book, Hybrid Capitalism, in 2012, and it's still very relevant to today. All the ideas are built around the concept of the government earning a return on investment, as opposed to making money solely on your taxes. And I certainly don't want to tax more. I want to sort of bring taxes down. I want to make it so that, yes, you can read from it. It is available at americasthirdparty.com, and you can click on the store button, and it's downloadable on on a couple different formats. You can actually get a copy sent to you or get a Kindle copy for 99 cents. All right. You can also just go to our website and read our platform. It's a quick read, and it tells you all the things that we really do. And we're dedicated in so many different ways to finding common ground between the left and the right, and coming up with brand new solutions too, like this concept of hybrid capitalism. All right, we are wasting a lot of valuable time with Donald Trump constantly talking about his, being a Russian.
We're staying on top of breaking news for you tonight at 6. 16 students were taken to the hospital today after a mix-up in Lawrence Township.
Oh yeah, 16 students got injected with insulin. Check this out.
The district says those students were accidentally injected with insulin. They were supposed to be getting a TB skin test at McKinsey Center for Innovation and Technology, which does involve an injection.
Somehow, workers from Community Health Network mixed up the test with a small dose of insulin. The students were quickly taken to the hospital, and their parents have been called. Now, the district released this statement saying, "We are working closely with Community Health Network to determine the cause of the error."
I hope that works out for them. Yeah, I just had to bookmark that page. Okay. They're saying airplane contrails are changing the climate. They haven't yet admitted that these are chemtrails that are actually intended to change the climate. They're called weather modification chemtrails. But the experts continue to claim, no, this is just condensed air and it's changing the climate. No, we really are dealing with some serious problems. Here's an example. Multiple chemtrails over Portland, Oregon today, a Circle 8 pattern. Check this out. This was sent to us earlier today. These chemicals are virtually in the skies above us, and they're drawing like skywriting above us in these heavy metal chemicals, and we're breathing this stuff. These aren't weather balloons. These are real attempts to change the weather. And if you're wondering if there is climate change, yeah, they're creating it. They're trying to create so much climate change that we're all going to somehow want taxation. Now, at America's Third Party, we don't want taxation on carbon. We think that we can simply innovate. And there's a couple choke points out there that are seriously messed up with pollution. There's 10 rivers in the world that are extremely polluted. And if we focus on those areas and cleaning the water going into the ocean, we'll stop the pollution right there. And this is a worldwide event. This could be a U.S. leading the way and others falling in place and working with countries that have these rivers. This is a humanitarian solution which could be orchestrated over the next 5 to 10 years. A real solid way of getting rid of plastic waste. Another way, of course, is the Boy and Slat way of putting booms out in the ocean and dealing with the Pacific garbage patch, which I think we can still move forward on. As a country, we can start to begin to fund that. And I also believe that we can start to get rid of serious air pollution. 16 major ocean liners have been targeted as the worst offenders. These ocean liners, actually cargo containers, are absolutely the worst offenders. They bring in really bad oil and they blow it right through their smokestacks. If we can come up with smokestack filtration systems for those 16 container vessels, regardless of the oil they use, and it won't cost them a thing, we will have taken a big chunk out of the major climate problems that are currently happening. But if we don't stop these chemtrails, it's pointless. It's absolutely pointless for us to even do anything at this point. This is the real malicious destruction of our Earth. The willful dumping of chemtrails in the skies above us. So this is a three-pronged approach. Cleaning the air, cleaning the water, and stopping the chemtrails. And this is what we're targeting for our party. And if you think that this party is got some valid points, you may want to back it up with some facts. You can go to our other site I created called chemtrailparty.com if you want to get the proof that this is really happening. I've got multiple links over there at chemtrailparty.com. In fact, I'll show you briefly what I've got there. This is the site. Up in the link section, I can take you to wonderful stuff. 6 major links that give you top information about chemtrails. And this is a really good PDF ebook that was created by a guy named William Thomas that explains everything that's happening that I just described. All of these things are perfectly linkable and look at it anytime you want. This woman has got a great YouTube channel, Kafka Winston World. Yeah, she's also raised concerns about EMF radiation, electromagnetic field radiation, and like the 5G network, and you can find out information there. But our whole site essentially has an approach. We're trying to deal with the toxic skies above us with no peer-reviewed studies done by our government. They're still spraying us. It blocks light for photosynthesis, which is bound to stop the oxygen level from increasing. And they're conducting what is called weather warfare, creating droughts, hurricanes, and earthquakes with this technology. And you're saying, no, Dave, this is crazy. This is science fiction. No, this was actually developed over 100 years ago by a man named Nikola Tesla. Well, Trump-Tardo, that's a BS line that rain stopped back in 1971. That's just a total lie. Condensation's occurring in our skies due to the cyclic weather, the Coriolis effect, countless weather patterns that are converging. To say it stopped raining back in 1971 is absurd. These chemicals are not keeping storms active at all. In fact, what they're doing is they're trying to create more dangerous storm climate situations, which cause people to evacuate their homes. And as evinced by the many hurricanes we've had the past few years in the U.S. alone, we've seen a higher number of hurricanes and tornadoes. We've even seen hurricanes make left turns into prevailing winds, like Hurricane Sandy or Harvey, the one that just happened. Anyway, let's move on. We've got a bunch of things happening. YouTube is squelching the rights of people who are trying to broadcast. There's some people on YouTube that are very upset. This guy in particular, he just did a video, and this is uploaded right now to YouTube, or it'll be uploaded later tonight. So I'm not going to go into too much detail, other than to show you his anger over having a website that's now been pulled down and all of his subscribers have been taken off, and YouTube won't even respond to his dispute. Now, this same thing happened to me on our live channel about 7 years ago, and I've disputed it. YouTube wouldn't respond. I've disputed it again. YouTube refuses to respond. But look at how angry he is over what's been happening to his site with hundreds of thousands of subscribers being knocked out.
Get their accounts suspended. Why my fans? Why my most dedicated fans who are there for me through thick and thin decide that they want to support what I do and they get their entire account suspended? That sucks.
Yeah.
That really sucks. And that really pisses me off.
Okay, so you can see he's angry, right? Well, he's not the only one. A lot of people now are being hit with the YouTube censorship, like this guy.
For you, and then it's not just me. Matt Christensen was doing his podcast, and YouTube took his video down in the exact same way. They forced it into private mode. They're doing this because if they delete the video, people will say, "Why was the video deleted?" They'll say "video removed" or "unavailable." Instead, they force it private, and the video said "this video," and then all people will see is "this video is private."
Exactly. It's a trick they're using, and a lot of these people are just finding out about this. I've been dealing with this censorship for 9 years. We found out we've been locked on our subscriber count at the same number for the past 9 years. We've been getting hardly any hits. At one point, I was getting 20,000 hits a week in 2009, and then right after that, it dropped to 2. 20,000 down to 2, and that was the first wave of censorship. Then we got hit with 2 strikes against our account. One was a group of gang stalkers that somehow got into our live show and called up with the N-word, and I couldn't erase it from the live show, and they then called up or wrote YouTube and complained about it. After doing it, they complained about it, and that got me taken off. That was a strike against my account. And then another person who wrote me a gleaming approval back in 2008 decided that her video should not be on YouTube, even though it blatantly said, "Yes, David, I support you, you're awesome," and I kept that out there. They claim that she pulled the copyright on that video and no longer wants it out there, so therefore I get another strike on the account. I'm not going to name names, but they gave me 2 strikes. I get 3 strikes, I'm out. That means my entire YouTube show will be shut down permanently, and they'll never give me another chance. Well, what I would then do is open up another account and re-upload the entire 10 years of YouTube's. And if that didn't work, then I'd go to another account. I've got an account at 153news.net. We would use as a portion, if any banned videos occur, we'd have to use that as our backup. But lots of censorship because our country's facing brand new problems and all kinds of new solutions are coming out on the internet, but the media doesn't want to have any interest in the common dialogue of the people. They simply want to control the talking points. So Canadian Air is working on an air filtration system called carbonengineering.com. That looks really good. All right, Max, thanks for that tidbit. We believe humanity can solve climate change. Very good. Modern filters, look at that. Air filters that can be mounted on cliffs and in high wind areas. And they've got this direct air capture technology more than 10 years in the making to capture carbon dioxide directly from the atmosphere. This is fantastic. So there is hope that is innovative as opposed to just a cap and trade plan like Greta has. Now Greta's pitching this whole idea because she's being used. Everything she's read or talked about has been scripted. George Soros is behind Greta, in case you're wondering. So her whole plan has been completely designed to get the passion going so that people would somehow buy cap and trade legislation. We've heard about it. We've listened to it. We don't believe it's going to work. And we believe it's more likely going to cause nothing but dissension among countries. Not uniting the world, rather, but dividing us. Okay, we still are questioning whether Hillary's going to get back in the race. We still don't know about that. We're not sure. And we have to deal with this Trump guy who's got, I don't know, he's got some issues. We're going to see if this all resolves in the next 6 months. I believe Donald Trump will probably resign in the next 6 months. There he is with his former protege and mentor, Roy Cohn, the mob fixer. This is Donald Trump, by the way, back in the old days, doing a little Halloween thing. Isn't that weird? Yeah, the connections he has to the mob in New York, pretty scary. To think this guy's squeaky clean, think again. Okay, we got a couple things. Rad, trad. The final war between good and evil has begun, and Antifa's at the front line. Wow. Really? They're creating evil? Santa Maria is ready for war. There's people are actually gathering. You know, I heard that George Soros finances a lot of these rallies just to spark political unrest in America. Wow. Hanging out for free food. It's like pictures of Antifa people everywhere. That's pretty funny. Yeah, well, they're being paid. Yeah, they get free food to gather, and I'm sure George Soros is funding the catering truck. Who knows? Pirate Salty Dog. What do you have? Nope, that's a completely knocked out of our area. You're broadcasting out of where? UK or something? That doesn't cover our area. Okay, you're going to have to stop with the Microsoft stuff, that Mr. Hacker. We can't have you in the show. It's not working out for us. Yeah. Do not contact Guest 418. He's a hacker, has been working out of God knows where. Yeah. Apparently, you're being called is grounds for a body slamming a woman.
Oh.
Popeye's employee body slamming woman outside restaurant. Really? Let's take a look. This could be serious. All right, that's not playing, so we're going to have to pass on that. I don't want to see violence anyway. This is a Sustainable Saturday. Let's focus on good things, okay?
I'm good.
Thanks. All right, anybody who is hacking our show and expecting to get remuneration, I have no idea what the hell you're doing or why.
Okay, you're back. Do you know I'm IMing you?
Are you aware?
And I'm back too because thank goodness you left because I totally screwed up right before you left.
Okay, well she's
But I'm back.
she's back on track. Are you getting her IMs,
I didn't
Miss
create
Anthropy?
a password yet.
Oh, you don't have IMs? You're kidding, right?
No, he watches it through a pop-out chat.
Okay,
Just
so
like
are you
you
going to open up the main screen to communicate with her? Because we're not going to be able to talk to you through the chat room. Oh, he completely disabled IMs, so pull out of the chat room.
Got it.
All right.
It's fine. All right. Quick question. What did I just do before
Close that.
before you left? I created.
No, he's opening up in another browser window now? Well, thank you. Okay, well, you could have said that earlier. Now she dropped out of the browser.
It's fine, David. Seriously. Okay.
Okay, Vaughn Live Chat is coming up for you on Cool Rock. Isn't? Right. They've got a trick going now. You have to go into Vaughn Live Chat first, and then once you've accessed
You have
it,
to type that in for them, I think.
Okay.
Or no, maybe they can hear you.
they can see my. Once you have accessed it separate, it will work. They did something to it last night to prevent it from going through the Cloudflare. Cloudflare was breezing right by. Cool Rock was allowing people to get right in, and now they've stopped it. Yeah, you had to go to the site. That's one way around, and then it'll open up in Cool Rock after you've opened it up on one of your browsers, preferably the same browser.
Okay, I still didn't create a password yet. I should probably create a strong password.
Anyway, I just had to clarify that, passwords are very case sensitive. All right. Aside from being censored, okay, we got a banned TED Talk we'll be featuring tonight by Nick Hanauer, Rich People Don't Create Jobs. That's a pretty powerful 5-minute video we'll be playing tonight in our late show, starting at 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Okay, he's opened another browser profile. Okay. We just have to know who you are. I guess we know. Okay, good. All right, we'll be playing that later tonight, which is good. Okay, the GOP defense really rests on a couple things. Donald Trump has been pretty much accused of a lot of things. Now he's planning on deferring the accused to another guy, his patsy, Sondland. Believe it or not, Trump is now claiming that the ambassador to Ukraine is the problem. He's the one that was trying to get dirt on Joe. Can you imagine the mindlessness of that? Why would Ambassador Sondland want to get dirt on Joe? But this is what Donald's doing. This is how he operates. He throws everybody under the bus whenever he can. Exactly, Ms. Anthony. I was actually suggesting Sarah enter the cybersecurity field at Western Governors. That was just a side thought I had. But she's already got a master's degree at Western Governors.
Yeah, maybe I can defend David's channel.
She might be able to have cybersecurity knowledge. She's certainly capable. I mean, when she focuses on anything, anything's possible with Sarah. Absolutely. So Donald Trump is using this excuse. The Washington Post reports House Republicans are formulating a new impeachment defense of President Trump rather than denying the extortion scheme took place or defend the extortion as a legitimate exercise in foreign policy. They plan to make the case that his deputies could have acted on their own influence to influence Ukraine policy. So the whole scheme was going on right under Trump's nose without his knowledge or participation? ? This line of defense advantage, such as it is the relative dearth of direct evidence of Trump's orders to his subordinates. There's no direct linkage to the President of the United States, according to Representative Mark Meadows, Republican from North Carolina. So he's kept this anonymity. Having Giuliani do all this, it's like Giuliani was just on a hunt finding dirt on Joe Biden. But ironically, Giuliani has pretty much admitted publicly that he really is the personal attorney for the president. So we can't really say for sure that Giuliani is anything other than his personal representative. I mean, here he said it right here. The president attempts to distance himself after Don Jr. names purported Ukraine whistleblower on Twitter. Let's see. Here he is. Giuliani says Ukraine quid pro quo intended to benefit Trump personally. So now the defense that Trump has, that he was trying to get, in general, corruption charges or corruption dealt with in Ukraine, is the reason why he was holding back the $400 million. That doesn't fly because Giuliani just admitted publicly in a tweet that says the investigation I conducted concerning 2016 Ukrainian collusion and corruption was done solely as a defense attorney to defend my client against false charges that kept changing as one after another were disproven. That means he really was trying to get the dirt personally on Joe Biden. So Giuliani is going to be thrown under the bus too. So, and Donald will say, "Oh, I never knew this. I thought my attorney was working for me personally, but I never ordered him directly to do this." So Donald Trump is going to try to throw everybody under the bus that he can as his entire ship goes into the water and starts to sink. Nice. Now, an anonymous person has warned that Donald Trump, he basically portrays the presidency on the brink. Senior Trump administration officials considered resigning en masse last year in a midnight self-massacre to sound a public alarm about Trump's conduct, but rejected the idea because they believed it would further destabilize an already teetering government, according to a new book by an unnamed author. In a warning by Anonymous obtained by the Washington Post ahead of its release, a writer describes only as a senior official in the Trump administration paints a chilling portrait of the president as cruel, inept, and a danger to the nation he was elected to lead. So what you're getting is kind of a modified version. Donald Trump saying, "Oh, it's all a Russian hoax. It's all fake news. It's a witch hunt. It's a scam." You're hearing all these generic words that aren't really addressing the specifics that are now coming up all over the place of Donald Trump's misdeeds. Firefighters are working to contain a 3-acre brush fire slowly up the hill of Burbank, Hollywood Hills area. We don't need another fire there, that's for sure. It's pretty dried out as it is. Yeah. It's happening. Firefighters are working to contain. Okay, let's take a look. Enable this playback. Yeah, I want to see it. I'm enabling it, but it doesn't want to enable it. So I guess we can't really see it. Oh, well. Playback. Oh, there we go. It finally. Whoa, look at that Burbank thing.
I'll just show you the vid.
Starting in Burbank.
Oh, I can see it on the Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so Knitter takes copies of everything on Twitter. It's funny, I had a website on Knitter and they blocked me. It shut down completely. At third party on Knitter. That's a different one, Mad Dog. Okay, fires are out of their concern. Now, many of you are concerned with the transgenderism that's been happening, being forced upon us throughout the country. And as you know, I'm not pro-LGBTQ, but I don't want discrimination against transgenders like Donald Trump does. Knitter is the private Twitter? Oh, I didn't know. Is Twitter affiliated with Knitter? Because they knocked my account out completely. Ironically. Okay, let's take a look at a young boy who says, "Mommy says I'm a girl." Let's play this.
Oh, I don't know if that's...
Oh, we can't play this. Sorry. I'll play that later because it's inappropriate to play anything with kids in it right now. Maybe they aren't showing your account on Knitter because Twitter's censoring you? You think? Exactly. I know. It happens. It's happening all the time, and I'm complaining, but not like those other guys. They're pissed off.
And here's why it's personal for me. Do you ever wonder why my channel is called Markiplier Game and not Markiplier? It's because back in 2012, YouTube decided to automatically ban my AdSense account for no reason. And my appeal got denied.
Wow. So he's like me. He's had appeal denied. He's dealt with YouTube. YouTube doesn't have anybody who's an ombudsman for the American people. There's not one person at YouTube that stands over your account and says, oh, look at your hit counter. It's been shut down. Oh, look at this illegal use of censorship on your account because you did this, this, and this. There's not one person, even in our government, that would stand up for the American people to stop this censorship. In fact, and I'm not kidding, there's not one law in America that prevents censorship. In a country that claims to be free and democratic, we have not one law in place. Think about that. Now, our freedom of speech is affected. That's true on a constitutional level. We've got problems with all kinds of things regarding equal access and equal protection under the law. If this guy is being treated in a different way than other people, that violates equal protection under the law. But there's not one law that stands up against censorship. We don't have a law that stops censorship or even monitors it. There's a person, Nasim Agdam, that was a YouTube shooter, that woman that looked like more of a CGI character. Well, they want to make people that say they're censored on YouTube sound like that woman. They actually created a character that looked like a censored person that got angry and went back at YouTube. It was designed to shut down any credible question about the censorship that's going on right under our nose. Pretty ridiculous. There's been a lot of fakery going on throughout history, but in the news, this came up, Max brought this to our attention a couple days ago. Investigation into Hillary's emails concludes nearly 600 security violations found. Good coffee. But not one security violation was done by her. Not one charge against Hillary, not a single charge. So I'm asking all of you Republicans who believe that QAnon is in place and Donald Trump is stopping the deep state, why hasn't Donald prosecuted her for anything? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Seriously. Okay, we got something happening over here. Right, scientists are baffled by a worm that's growing in the eyes of people. Itchy? Well, these worms are suddenly breeding in people's eyes and scientists are baffled. 2 cattle worm infections in human hosts within 2 years suggest they might be an emerging zoonotic disease in the United States. Isn't this weird? Worms that are growing in people's eyes. It's a cattle disease. A parasitic worm that was thought to only affect cows has started to infect humans, mating in our eyes. Scientists are baffled as to why the worm is suddenly causing disease. You know, you got to wonder if this isn't related to the atmospheric changes that are going on around us. The second infection of this T. gulosa has occurred within 2 years. The first suggests it may represent an emerging zoonotic disease. So, yeah. As if we have nothing else to worry about besides the world collapsing, pollution, blah, blah, blah. Now we've got worms in our eyes. Bot flies, really? Is that what they call them in France? You overclocked your PI4? That rarely happens. Now you're going to be wearing goggles to protect your eyes everywhere you go. You know, they make goggles that actually seal your eyes completely. They're very uncomfortable to wear, actually, underwater goggles. But Sarah's going to give me a break right now. I'm going to go do some work on the kitchen area, but you guys can talk directly with her and interact with her on camera, if that's okay. Or when you're done, I'll do that. Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
I've got a lot of stories that I'd like to bring up, but it's hard to bring them all up in this time period because
Now I'm going to do a password.
Sarah's working on installing Arch Linux on VirtualBox. So.
I just have to move the camera to face me, and that'd be good.
Okay, I'll do that. Hang on.
It's all right.
No, I got it.
But I also have to do.
How's
Yeah,
that?
that's good.
Okay.
Maybe over just
Tab more.
no, the other way. Right there. Stop.
Okay.
Okay, then I can go here. Pretty good on screen. All right. I'm still I had to think a little bit. Sorry, I took a little tiny break. Not a lot. Yeah, a big break to think about my password. And I did look at some of the random stuff for ideas. And I wonder if I messed up because it had the root one, and then I had I typed in one of those things on that How to Geek site and the DD thing, and so hopefully I didn't mess anything up. You are a very good mentor. Thank you, Misanthropy, for all your knowledge. So I don't know if I should start when David comes back, or I'll just keep going. I am down. Let me see. I did the host name. I have to create a password for my root account. Let me just post a little thing so I know where I'm at. Okay. You don't want to be logged in as root, so you'll need to create a new user. Oh, okay. So that is a root account. Is my host name my root host name? Yes, Mad Dog, without you telling me about VirtualBox, I would have still been not sure what to do. Wow. All those from the original ATP platform in 2011 or 2018, something like that. Oh, I like Fit Gaming 86. Just because it's on the internet doesn't make it real, guys. If you're still watching, that's good. And I don't mean to ignore the Twitch thing. Sometimes it's just the way. And you're like, no, you hate VirtualBox. I am still considering just getting a computer and just running Linux on it. But eventually I want to make a server. That is one of my goals. Maybe part of the reason is like for David's chat room, but a real reason is like so I could go actually work for someone and have the knowledge. Yeah, all the ideas are mainstream pretty much. Oh, you think I need a Raspberry Pi for Christmas? Because I could do a server with Pi. True. Alright, I might mute you for a second and then type in my password. I hit it, the password, type it in, enter, and then I don't have to type password again. I just re-enter it a second time and press enter a second time. Windmill blimp planes everywhere. Windmill blimp planes. Well, that's almost kind of what Amazon has as their mothership to launch out the all of their drones. You put an Ubuntu server on your Pi, and Pi is ARM now. Oh, that's nice. But you were saying ARM is better than... Weren't you saying that ARM is better than, you know, Intel and AMD? Yep, Amazon doesn't use FedEx, their own delivery service. Intel and AMD are compromised by NSA. So maybe I should look at a Pi, something with an ARM. Is ARM publicly traded? Can I get stock? Because I have AMD and Intel stock both. Where can I invest in ARM? All right. I should play a video for you and then mute myself to create the password, but David will do that when he comes back. Or not. Yeah, I believe it, Dano. Bezos is on track to be the world's first trillionaire by 2035. I don't think they say by 2040 there will be no more money left for the 99.99%. It will all be in the hands of the 0.01%. I don't think that's how money works. I believe money flows, and I think it's good. Oh, Risk V is better than ARM? There's just a wealth of information. Or RISCV, I don't know how to pronounce these. Instruction set architecture. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's happening in San Jose, California, the biggest RSIC V event. Wow. This is very cool. But of course I'm putting everything in tech, and my tech folder is so big. Wow. Scientists found that windmills are a real and devious problem in Northern Europe. 57 million blades spinning around generate a low frequency electromagnetic field that can change a whole area with negative particles, changing oxygen into ozone, therefore multiplying the huge risks of lightning storms by 200%, and recent 10-year history has proven them right. So it's not really global warming we have to stop. We have to stop all the windmills. Wow. The low frequency electromagnetic field interacts in the cerebellum, creating a dumbing and calming effect comparable to THC use. So everybody's like, look at the windmills, they're cool, man. Oh, RISC-V, thank you for how to pronounce it. Open source hardware instruction set architecture based on the established reduced instruction set computer principles. Ooh, I'm liking this a lot. Unlike other academic designs which are optimized only for simplicity of exposition, the designers state that the RISC-V instruction set is for practical computers. It is said to have features to increase computer speed yet reduce cost and power use. These include a load store architecture, bit patterns to simplify the multiplexers in a CPU, simplified standards-based floating point, a design that is architecturally neutral and placing most significant bits at a fixed location to speed sign extension. Sign extension is said to often be on the critical timing path. Oh, and it was created by the University of California at Berkeley. You don't feel like the University of California at Berkeley has a backdoor to the NSA? I mean, I thought that is one of the big NSA things. She's doing okay. She's out of the country right now, do you know? It's supposed to be the future for private secure hardware. And you say it's better than ARM. Maybe I should look up ARM and who created ARM and what are the problems with yours with an ARM? Architecting a secure and connected world. Well, first they want to use cookies on their website to start with. That's why people don't trust them. .5G, Internet of Things, AI. It's the world's leading semiconductor IP company. Their technologies reach 70% of the global population. They have 6,000 employees. More than 130 billion ARM-based chips shipped to date. It was founded by a dozen engineers working from a converted barn in Cambridge, UK, a quarter of a century ago. Well, and they work with the world policy makers on issues that impact technology builders and innovators today, which makes me think that they are working for the NSA as well. Yeah, okay, I get your point. Go with, that is interesting. I'm gonna bookmark this one too. All right. But definitely not Intel or AMD, even though everybody else is going to use that. Invest in it, let them sell it, and then, but use something else myself. Got it. I like that idea. All right. I'm going to see, does David have, he has a hybrid, first hybrid, David Sponheim promo, ATP build. It's a wool jacket. You're staying pretty focused on how bad who is at math. Oh, maxed out credit. Just use the machine to stream and not give access to other people. Therefore, a streaming machine is faster than a regular server. You have a dual Xeon processor servers with fancy schmancy software, and then ran 500K Zetami server to stream music, and it worked well for 10 years. Now you use 4 older PCs linked together for your customers. Tisk, Sarah. That's true. Well, it's not Stanford, it's Berkeley. But you're right, the woke. Yes, I mean, they're close enough to each other. I never understood that overclocking. I mean, I heard when my computer's like, you're overclocking, but I didn't understand why I would want it to or why I wouldn't want it to overclock. I think I'll play this. I don't know what this is, some movie.
Yeah, we like that opening so much we played it again for you. Thank you. Yeah, powerful. Yeah, you should have pulled your. Yeah, you should have lost an hour last week. What's going on? You forgot to set your clock back last Sunday. Yeah, boy, you're really. How did you get through the whole week without doing that? You must have been off time at everywhere you went. So Sarah's doing that while I finish up here. Use 4 older PCs linked together for your customers. Oh, I didn't know you had customers, Max. Yeah, a Stream Machine is faster than a regular server. Oh, I didn't know you were in business still, Max. Are you still a customer? Oh, Max took off. Wow. Boy, that iBlog room is, hanging in there. I'm going to clear the chat because I just want to see fresh, original chat at iBlog. Shadow, how you doing over there at, Cool Rock? Huh. Not sure what's going on there. Cool Rock Party has 2 viewers. Good. Well, that's good. And we've got a few people over at Sustainable Sunday. Really? Saturday. Yeah. We're not sure how many different networks we're being censored at, but it's interesting to see where we're at. I remember when you were working at the mortuary. What was going on then? He could be a shut-in now. Yeah. Did you leave that job with feeling like you don't want to work anymore? Oh, now he has to deal with the living people as opposed to the bodies of the decedents. Yeah, mortuary work can't be an uplifting job. I can only imagine how you managed to get through the time you were there. Wow. It must have been rough for you. Yeah, not easy. So are they using lasers to attack the California coastline? Scissorfied brought up this important video that was played on Fox News of all places. And the woman, jokingly talks about it like it's no big deal. Take a look at this.
Sound like the stuff of science fiction, right? Sound completely unbelievable. How could our military possibly be using those in future warfare? Guess what? We've just had a recent breakthrough, more great test results that are making lasers a reality.
So she's using the scorched out homes that she thinks lasers are being turning it into a reality. And this is a Fox News show. She's using the scorched out homes as proof that the lasers work. Now, these people were all fried in their home. They literally were burned to death. And we're supposed to believe these were brush fires that were spreading, yet no trees were damaged in this entire picture. Yeah, hashtag scorched earth. That would be a good thing to tweet. Yeah. You really just don't like people in general? Is that it?
Okay.
All right, Sarah's back. I'm going to go back and do my thing.
Oh, okay. Either way.
I'll mute that.
I sent you an IM misanthropy, but basically I tried to do a password, but it said user, what I put in as a password does not exist. Do I still type it again? But it's saying, yeah, anyway. I'm just trying to learn Linux, Arch Linux, Mad Dog. It's all good. He's not trying to hog me. She's trying to make me more intelligent. Before that, oh, I had done the DD thing, and I had done the hosts. Maybe I didn't do the I think I missed something. Maybe that's it. Local host name of my computer. I had done cat and then setter host, but specifically, actually, let me get that other one. Yeah, that's what I thought I was doing. I know. But I had typed in, that's where I think I messed up. Let me pull up that. Oh, site. I typed in something to what I thought it was generating a random thing, a random number. And so I had typed in, let me do that, how the geek. Password. Let me look at my history. This is what I accidentally put in. And maybe this messed everything up. Maybe. Oh, I totally didn't do that right anyway. Yeah, I know this is what I did. And after that, I did that, and then after that, I did this. So, yeah. Before that, I was just looking at my etc/hosts file. So I did like cat/etc hosts. I know. All right. Hopefully I didn't mess anything up. So I type in the password. Whatever I want the root password to be. It says the user does not exist, but it doesn't matter. Shouldn't I be logged into the root anyway? Okay. All right, I'm going to do it again. David wants me to mute this while I'm typing in a pass. Never mind. I shouldn't be talking about passwords, but whatever. right, that's a problem. When I type exactly what you wrote, then what happened is exactly right. Fun. Then it says, and I didn't type it a second time because it said user. It says password. Here, I'll just type it. Not hashtags, but anyway. You know what I think I should do? I think I should log out and then mount Arch thing. I wonder if, did I mess anything up when I did the DDF thing? Yeah, that's what I think I should do. Exit. All right, I exited it out. Now I'm back to the beginning because it's a red one root Arch ISO. And now I'm going to check with you, but I think what I'm going to type in is Arch dash C root CH root space / MNT. Yep. Okay, got it. It's hard. I get it, but it's difficult because okay, now I'm back in. And then when I had logged in before, I did some things just to double check that I did the date correct. So I was doing things like cat, etc. locale, that one. I think I'll double check that too. Okay, the language is set up correct. Then I was going to do the host name. Well, it should be good. That is correct. And then I should do the hosts. All right, that all is set up correctly. I know I didn't need to do any of that. It was just self-soothing. Okay, now I'm going to type the password again. Just PASSWD. Got it. Do I need to put, oh wait. I think I know what I did wrong. I'm supposed to put my password inside quotation marks? Or no? No. No. Okay, I'm just going to try it again. Silence, please. totally wouldn't work. So should I have not done the cat? The cat thing shouldn't have affected that. That's just showing me what's in my different files. But the password command did not work. Oh, wait. I know exactly what I did. I'll be right back. Oh, well, I'm not muting you yet. I totally think I know what I did.
Okay, I made you some dinner.
Okay, I just have to mute this for just a moment.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, that still is coming up with the same thing.
Same error.
Everything I put in for password, anything I put in, it says password, space, user, and then in single quotes, whatever I put in for the password, space does not exist.
Oh, it's your fault. Misanthropy said I messed up. Just type the word password. Wow, thanks for that. Yeah. I'm sure we all tuned in to, tonight to learn about Linux, and I think that's great that we're learning the roots of the foundation of everything. I know Sustainable Saturday has to be about something, right? We can't sustain our show if we systematically get kicked off, so we're learning the hard way. You fixed it?
No.
Oh, what?
Okay, you and I need to go both eat dinner, and then we'll come back fresher.
Yes. Have a little bit more sugar, Misanthropy, for dinner. Maybe a few more pounds of that candy.
I'll do the same.
No, seriously, I made you a nice dinner on the stove.
No, I'm just kidding. I know.
You know that piece of pizza? It's waiting for you.
Oh, there's a piece of pizza.
Yeah, from the other
Why
day.
is it not letting me type in now?
Just leave it on hold and just
No.
have a dinner. 68 minutes, 153 refreshes, and he finally gets in here. Welcome, Insane Canadian. See what Mark is doing? We're not making this up. If you don't believe or understand that our show is censored, take a look at what his Insane Canadian has to do. 153 refreshes. It took us 68 minutes to get into the show. Wow. We're not making this up. This is real. Censorship in real time on our show tonight. I should change the header of our show from Constitution to censorship because nobody's even in the show. Senator Adam is in here. How are you, Senator Adam?
So now when I type password and it says new password and it's like leaving, it looks like I can type in there, but now I can't even type in there.
No. What really is interesting is how Linux touts to be so simple, yet it's far more complicated to load than any other program, especially Arch Linux.
I can't type anything.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna close out and go eat dinner.
Now you type it twice? Oh, so now she has to type it twice?
But now I think I know what to do when I come back. It's just not working.
Type it once, then press enter, then type it again when it asks. Oh, great. Linux is so simple, except it's so complicated.
Well, that's okay, David.
I know. It's just fascinating to me how people are Linux is the best, man. You got to get it. It's like way better than Windows. No, it just amazes me how many people tout how easy it is and wonderful it is, yet it's never easy and never wonderful. Whatever. It's a side note. I'm going to get rid of the screen right here. Yeah, so getting back to this light story that seemed like it was just covering the ridiculous.
I'm sure it's painful to be helping me, but now I'm going to go take a break.
She's going to take a break, have some dinner.
The only thing that I can say that relates to this is at least I know how my students feel, and you now know how I feel teaching my students how to subtract with regrouping. You're like, it's just, come on, people, and yeah.
Right. Sarah's learning how to manually install Linux. There are much easier ways to do it automatically. Doing it this way teaches you how the entire operating system works. And that's what makes it so exciting for us. And I'm just jazzed that we get to watch.
Not. He's saying not.
Well, it's difficult, but we have to use this time to do it. So thanks for bearing with us,
But
everybody.
see, I've already understood like the CAT that can show me the files, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna pull this up to see if that loaded the
Right.
file that I wanted to that I created earlier. So I already am learning,
You are.
and I actually do appreciate it.
Good. Well, this has
And
been
I
good.
understand like Nano is like to create files, and all right, me too. 45 minutes.
45-minute break for dinner, and you guys enjoy. Don't eat sugar, Misanthropy. That's just not
And
good
me
for you.
either, I know, even though I do have some sugar.
Please don't eat sugar all the time. It's not going to make you
I'm
feel
gonna
better
eat
in the long run.
vegetables and whatever you made for me.
Well, I made a pizza and some
Pizza.
wontons and some chicken,
Oh, delicious.
And Brussels
Yes,
sprouts.
I have pumpkin soup.
and you have pumpkin soup. Yeah, salt. Hell, all day. We haven't seen you in a while. What's been happening with you? Are you working on more experiences outside your window? Where she's had some amazing things go on outside of her window in Florida. The skies are opening up and making major things happen. Good. Save me a half of the chicken and a little bit of the Brussels sprouts. You can have everything else or whatever you're hungry of. Presidential candidate Sponheim, when will the shit hit the fan and next American Civil War begin? The Civil War has been canceled due to fluoridation. People aren't able to actually assemble enough thought to actually fight. We've been pacified. As a nation, we've been dumbed down with fluoride in our water and lithium in our air. So more than likely, there's not going to be a civil war unless we start starving to death. So the elites know that if they can keep a trickle of carbohydrates on the shelf at a decent price, we'll be getting along just fine. Bread and circuses, that's basically what's been going on for hundreds of years. That's what's going on now, too. How do we get ahead of this, and how do we stop them at their game? Well, they control the two parties, the left and the right, and they create the division that we so strongly feel. Many of you hate Democrats. Many of you hate Republicans. That's something that was created in the media. They're trying to keep us divided. So we have a centrist party, which is focused on creative new solutions for the country, as well as an alternative view of the media. Like this came out, Fox News, somebody grabbed it. This woman's bragging about how all these houses were burned down with directed energy weapons. Now, we were all told this was a forest fire.
So it's called Athena. Lockheed Martin makes it, and they've been doing a lot of the pioneering in this laser field. Now, what's really exciting about it is that it's so hard to harness that much power and make it compact enough that it's actually going to make practical sense downrange. And they've proven that they can do that. Recently, they tested it against 5 moving drones, so realistic drones that they might go up against with, enemy forces might send against us, for example, or terrorists might send against us.
Now, this woman either gathered a bunch of information about Lockheed Martin's ability to get rid of drones using directed energy weapons and put them all together, or, or this is really happening. They really are using directed energy weapons against people. The GOGs are spitting fire. Okay. Well, at this point, I'm going to show you something, everybody, that's very strange. Yeah, I can't explain it. Are you ready for it? I mean, I've got a woman in here who believes that the evil GOGs are up in the sky spitting fire. Well, look at this. These are chemicals that are dumping down in the sky above us, above a chemtrail cloud. And when you look at the negative histogram on this, which shows the black and white much better, edge detection, you're seeing basically we're being dumped on. Look at the crap that's being dumped in our skies. It's almost invisible. It makes you wonder, is this real or is this fake? I mean, I think this is a real photograph of what appears to be like little dots or orbs flying down on us. But seriously, we've got stuff going on that we can't explain, so I'm not going to tell you, hey, God or GOGs are not having a field day on you. Yeah, you got a hell of a job exposing everything, apparently, except to yourself, of course. That would be considered indecent. And God would not like it if you did those cam girl stuff. That would not be appropriate. Okay, Civil War was canceled because of 42 genders and a zombie. People walking only hooked on their phone screen. Instead of a total invasion, it's mostly like an app experience. Ew, dude, have you dialed into the Civil War? Yeah, totally, you know, it's like really cool. I crack you up, really. You're thinking of becoming a camper?
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
So a lot of people are having a problem accepting reality. That guy is one of them, except he made $14 million talking about absolutely nothing. So there's going to be this new like Civil War app, and we're going to be like downloading it, watching the apocalypse on it. It's going to be like way cool, you know. You can watch it while you're getting your Starbucks. It's really cool, huh? You don't need welfare. You have your own food and money off lamb chops. Oh, that's right. You've been raising lamb and slaughtering the animal. You don't mind if I call you Our Lady of the Rump Roast, do you? I don't know. I was thinking it'd be kind of an appropriate term, but we're not going to call you Our Lady of the Lamb Chop, okay? I'm not making light of the fact that you're very Christian. She has a huge farm and she's making money on lamb chops, so you go, girl. Did you hear about Joy? Yeah, Our Lady of the... It was a joke. Our Lady of the Lamb Chop. Did you hear about Joy Behar doing a beautiful black face impersonation and then denying it, claiming it was a picture of a beautiful African woman? It's like, whoa. Yeah, Donald Trump Jr. had a little, he looked like he was high on something the whole time that he was talking with his girlfriend / soon-to-be wife or whatever. She just had makeup all over her face. I couldn't tell who it was. But let me see if I can get a picture of Donald Trump Jr. and The View. Well, he had a big argument. Lots of things were talked about. One of them was that she went after McCain's daughter.
Children! Stop yourself!
Things got heated between Meghan McCain and Donald Trump Jr. on The View Thursday morning.
It's not always a nice environment for Republicans, but I also think that if you can't come and do our table, you have no business being in politics or elected office or, God forbid, the presidency, because if this scares you, you got to grow up.
Yeah, I hear you. You know, and she really has a point. Her dad, John McCain, really kind of taught his daughter well to fight back. And I think Donald Jr. looks better without a beard myself. But he went right after Joy Behar. Yeah, and she refuses to admit that this is what happened. Trump Jr. accuses Joy Behar of wearing blackface. Oh, and Trump said, I never asked Barr to hold a press conference on his Ukraine call. Trump said that last week. I never asked you, Barr, to hold a press conference. Yeah, yet Barr said he did. So Trump says he's not concerned about released impeachment inquiry testimony. Oh, good. He is erratic, dangerous, claims new book by Anonymous. Okay. All right. Where's the story? Isn't that funny? They got rid of the blackface story. I went to go see it and it's gone. They don't want anyone to know. The Hill has it. Yeah, here it is. Joy Behar denied it was blackface. She admitted during a taping of The View to dressing as a beautiful African woman at a Halloween party when she was 29, which involved makeup. That was a little bit darker than my skin.
Curly hair. They say that it's making a comeback.
When
Are
did
you
it leave?
excited?
I've always had curly hair.
That is
Y'all
a
late.
feminist statement.
Huh?
What do you...
Is that you, Joy?
Oh, you know this picture.
Oh, Joy, is that you?
Yeah.
Joy, that is
Oh,
you?
yes.
Oh, Joy, are you
Wait.
black?
No, I know. I was so cute. Look how cute I was.
Are you Mama T. Joy?
No. That is me.
My word. What year is this? Circa
I
what?
was 29. It was a Halloween party. I went as a beautiful African woman.
Oh.
But she denies it's blackface. All right. Whatever. I don't care. It's free speech and it's protected. Dang it. No, I never said that, Shadow. It was inappropriate. Yeah, we only say things that are appropriate on our show. Senator Adam Cuckold is here. Hi, Senator Adam Cuckold. Are you implying Adam Schiff is a cuckold? Wow, that's really the first time I've ever heard of that. You think he's like Jared Kushner or something? Hey, so you guys are eating products that are generally safe? Beyond Meat burgers or processed aborted human fetuses? What? Are you serious? I thought Beyond Meat was a GMO soy burger that isn't good for you. And I know men shouldn't be eating that, otherwise they're going to turn transgender, and eventually, I guess transgenderism is the first step toward being gay now, is that it? Are gays transgenders, or do transgenders ever become segue to gays? Well, Chris Crocker might know. He's the guy that made transgenderism famous on YouTube. Yeah, he's got a whole new look now. Remember when he was screaming about Britney and he became a YouTube star and made tons of AdSense dollars? Britney, remember that? Well, now he's got a new look completely. Meet Chris Crocker, the new guy. Yeah. Apparently he's no longer gay, and he's no longer, he's posting an apology. Wow. After calling fans literally retarded. So Chris Crocker posted an apology. Now it seems like the entertainment news. I know I sound like Entertainment Tonight, but it's kind of interesting how they're pushing this transgenderism upon us. And I figured out why they're doing it. It's a sustainable model for our future so that we don't have to replicate. We all become transgenders. Chris Crocker posts apology after calling fans literally retarded. He had a few drunk rants, and then he had to post this. Yeah. He should start his own show or something. You know, he'd be famous. Too bad he fell into, oblivion. Now, what are you doing? Later, bros. Joe, you're going to go get are you going to a prostitute? No, Joe, don't do it. Don't do it, man. Oh, man, he's going to a prostitute. And you ladies are wondering why these guys are so hard up. Because they don't have real women in their lives, They just don't know what it's like to be with a real woman. Whenever an ATP supporter states a truthful fact, the DDoS attacks begin. Yes. Now you're dealing with what I've been dealing with for years, this insane Canadian. Yeah, 5 years I've been talking about this. And yeah, 707 seems raging. Really? Why are you talking about 707? We have a phone number, 707 your ATP, if you want to call. Yeah, we're out there. I'm afraid I can't respond to anything else at Cool Rock Party. Nothing's happening. This is strange. It's almost like we stopped all over the network. Everything's just kind of like frozen in time. Got quite a few people over at Vaughn, but you never know. I mean, so many people are having a hard time getting in. You just caught her in stupidity? Oh, he's a guest? Okay. A murder of crows? Really? A group of hawks is called a murder? Ha ha. You had a murder of hawks stalking your farm today? Wow. And you cut the door with a chainsaw? I've done that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, when you can cut your doorway in with a chainsaw. How dare you? Well, apparently a murder of hawks is a gang of them that are going to eat your food, right? I saw something really strange this past year when I was driving to James Madison's residence in Virginia. I actually saw 20 vultures all gathering around some body on the highway. And one of the vultures was an albino. Have you ever seen an albino vulture? They're weird, man. Smuggled footage shows from Chinese labor camps reveals horrifying mistreatment of prisoners. I can hang with that. Brutal treatment of a Falun Gong prisoner inside Chinese labor camp, folks. Okay, this is not a sustainable model for humanity if China gets away with this. And I do want to make every effort to get China to understand the meaning of human life. something that I think, a trade embargo certainly could be working in the right direction. It's important, Peter Power.
Issue.
Okay, let's take a look. Union flag over Buckingham Palace flying at half-mast. Let's take a look. This is London News. We'll get to out of this story in just a second.
Today we were running an exercise for a company, bearing in mind I'm now in the private sector, and we sat everybody down in the city.
This was the 7/7 attack. Yes, and this preceded the 7/7 attack. I remember this.
1,000 people involved in the whole organisation, but the crisis team, and the most peculiar thing was we based our scenario on the simultaneous attacks on the Underground and mainline station. So we had to suddenly switch an exercise from fictional to real. And one of the first things is, get that bureau number. When you have a list of people missing, tell them. And it took a long time.
Just to get this right, you were actually working today on an exercise that envisioned virtually this scenario.
Almost precisely. I was up until 2 o'clock this morning because it's our job, my own company, Advisor Consultants. We specialise in helping people to get their crisis management response. How do you jump from slow time thinking to quick time doing? And we chose a scenario with their assistance which is based on a terrorist attack because they're very close to a property occupied by Jewish businessmen. They're in the city, and there are more American banks in the city than there are in the whole of New York. A logical thing to do. And I've still got the...
I was going to say, how extraordinary today must feel for you as it unfolds. You mentioned a few moments ago there our experience with Irish Republican terrorism. And of course, it was very different, wasn't it? Because however perverted their behaviour, the IRA believed itself to have some sort of code of honour and tended to issue warnings, although of course they often came late to do any good.
All right, this is interesting because this newscaster, just released information that of a crisis event going on prior to the the terrorist attack. Wow. The overwhelming thought that they faked it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, it's the spit went down the wrong way here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, voice coming back. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Wow.
I could have quit YouTube right then and there. I had to make a new channel and start over fresh. I've never gotten over that, by the way. I've always held that against YouTube because I think their automated software is sometimes really bullshit, and they want to go the automated route for everything because they just don't have the manpower to do it manually.
Wow. Now, this guy's got 24 million subscribers. So no wonder he's angry. I mean, he's got a lot of AdSense dollars rolling. A lot of income coming out of this. Weird. All right, I'm back. Okay, yeah, I just had I was shocked that they would fake the 7/7 attack. It just blows my mind. Now, I wanted to read this story earlier, and I'm going to get to it now. Mike Mulvaney asked to join a lawsuit on congressional subpoena enforcement in the Trump impeachment probe. That's so weird. Is Mike Mulvaney turning on the president right now? Huh.
Related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No. Me in the past, the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money. Now, there was a report.
So the demand for an investigation into the Democrats was part of the reason that he ordered to withhold funding to Ukraine.
The look back to what happened in 2016 certainly was part of the thing that he was worried about in corruption with that nation. And that is absolutely appropriate.
The funding.
Yeah, which ultimately then flowed. By the way, there was a report that we were worried that the money wouldn't, if we didn't pay out the money, it would be illegal. Okay, it would be unlawful. That is one of those things that has that little shred of truth in it that makes it look a lot worse than it really is. We were concerned about over at OMB about I would
be concerned about arming up the Ukraine. I mean, obviously we don't want Russia to get an edge on Ukraine. Well, maybe Donald does. If Donald's working for Russia, maybe that's why he held up the money of $400 million. Think about that.
Impoundment, and I know I just put half you folks to bed, but there's the Budget Control Act, Budget Control Impoundment Act of 1974 says if Congress appropriates money, you have to spend it. Okay, at least that's how it's interpreted by some folks. And we knew that money either had to go out the door by the end of September, or we had to have a really, really good reason not to do it. And that was the legality of the issue.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democrat server,
exactly.
Happened as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. We were holding up money at the same time for what was it? The Northern Triangle countries. We were holding up aid at the Northern Triangle countries so that they would change their policies on immigration.
So they're always doing a quid pro quo, and he's admitted it. Mulvaney admitted that. So, a missing student found dead in Atlanta Park. 21-year-old Clark, Atlanta University student, was reportedly missing a week ago. Was found dead in Georgia Park. That's sad. Anyways, the story goes on to say, in a Friday evening court filing, acting White House Chief of Staff Mike Mulvaney asked to join a lawsuit aiming to force federal courts to decide on whether White House officials have to testify in the impeachment inquiry of Donald Trump. Mulvaney, who witnesses have placed at the center of the Ukraine controversy, had been scheduled to just testify in the impeachment inquiry on Friday morning and was subpoenaed on Thursday, but defied the subpoena. His lawyer cited absolute immunity from testifying, a protection Democratic lawmakers have dismissed. Okay. Cooperman's 17-page filing says that if he defies Trump, he could hurt the president's ability to receive confidential advice from top aides. You know, it's getting so complicated. Who cares at this point? I mean, let's see what they sort out later on. Obviously, Trump is asking for Pelosi and Biden to be called as impeachment inquiry witnesses and says he's going to release a second phone call. Whoa, really? A second phone call transcript is going to be released, he said. He addressed the media before departing the game in Atlanta. He describes it as a witch hunt, the impeachment inquiry. He says he's going to be calling Pelosi and Biden to the stand. The witch hunt continues. A lot of witch hunts continue. Okay, a lot of witch hunt continues. Okay, the Republicans have never been so united, and I think the people of our country have never been so united. And Bolton had warned of the hand grenade Giuliani, who shut down the Ukraine meeting, aide-told impeachment inquiry. Okay. So it's going to be an interesting standoff between the Shifty Schiff and Mr. President, Mr. Trump. Go ahead. We're waiting. Well, it's having a hard time queuing up, so we'll wait for it. Hey, are you guys involved with open source? We're not usually talking about open source in our show. The London bombing, terrorist exercise, Peter Power, cover-up. That looks good. We'll play that tonight. He's mad as hell, and he's not going to take it anymore.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head.
Yes. Great movie called Network. Okay, I'll play that tonight. Thanks, Sarah, Anita. Yeah, it's not playing at all. They've shut down Donald Trump's voice. It's a witch hunt, and they've kept him from speaking out, which he gets a free chance to do all the time. They don't want him to defend himself. It's obvious it's a witch hunt. Okay, so you're saying God sends the Gogs? Now, what exactly are these things dropping from the sky, hell all day? If you say God is sending these Gogs, are they? Why would God be sending lightning down and casting fires across California? She's claiming that there's some sort of a religious angle to a spiritual angle to this. Oh, so you're saying they're attacking the evil people? You believe the Californians are evil? And that because they embrace more liberal issues like gayness and transgenderism, that they're being smited by God? Wow. See, Hell All Day has gone off a very serious tangent and believes that this is all God's work, that the wrath of God is attacking California. And you believe that's what people have been doing since Sodom and Gomorrah? How do you know? Have you been around since Sodom and Gomorrah, Medveral? Are you relying on biblical transcripts to assume that people engaged in evil acts in Sodom and Gomorrah? Hey, Mr. Haney. Snowden said he looked through the NSA. There are no government aliens and no chemical. You believe Snowden, Mr. Haney? Anybody who's still alive after revealing all these issues can't possibly be telling the truth. Come on, seriously. If he had been telling the truth, Snowden would have been offed a day into the week in Moscow. He would have been terminated. No, I seriously doubt a bunch of 300 illegal aliens started the fires in California. I'm more inclined to believe it was a mix of incendiary devices like barium and aluminum sprayed in the skies because, number one, we've got proof of it. Chemi's in the air, do-do-do-do-do-do, chemi. Now, these things can ignite in the air with electromagnetic stimulation. Using electronic resonant radiation frequencies, these things can be little big balls of fire. Kind of like Tidy Bowl drops, but in the air. You know, instead of spreading detergent in your washing machine, they're spreading potential incendiary devices in your air above you. That's the theory. You know, I'm not going to go back to the Somalian times to come up with a barium and aluminum theory. We can use another theory for that. It's called hunters and gatherers having aggression toward each other. Thank you. No, you don't have anything. You got squat, okay? You got nothing. You found these things in the sky, these gogs. It's hard to find them when every picture was a fire. So Hell All Day has found gogs. They've been flying in the air, whatever gogs are. And you have pictures of these on Facebook? Or they canceled your account on Facebook, right? Because you were posting pictures of gogs? So we're learning a lot about the internet from the side of people in the trenches, dealing with gogs. Well, something's happening here. My script isn't working. Reload the thing. Let me play it on another one. Sometimes it'll load on second trip. Let's try that one. Oh, we should try this incognito. Come on, Mr. Trump. We want to hear your defense of yourself. What do you have to say? We're waiting. Yeah, it's just not playing. Yeah. David, I clicked on your room in the iBlog online lineup and it took me to Chark's room. Exactly. Now you know why we have fewer viewers over at iBlog.
All-time high yesterday. The country is doing really well. The witch hunt continues. A lot of witch hunt continues. The Republicans have never been so united. And I think the people of our country have never been so united. We're going to Alabama. We're going to watch the Alabama game versus LSU, two great teams. I think it's going to be very interesting. And on Monday, we have a very big parade in New York, so that'll be good. Have a good time. Strongest economy we've ever had. Number one. Thank you.
Hey, let's not forget, it was short and sweet, but he's up for re-election, so you don't want to pick sides between Louisiana and Alabama. He said two great teams. I bet there are a lot of people around the country who are going to pick sides. This is expected to be a big game to help decide.
God, you know, when did Fox News become brain dead, you know? Was it when Sean Hannity signed on to the team and then lied about having Michael Cohen as a lawyer? Was it when they fired Shepard Smith, 2 weeks ago? And hauled him out with security guards because he kept saying Trump had committed impeachable offenses. And Napolitano's still working for Fox. I don't know how he's maintaining his job. I'm surprised they'll even allow anybody who's even remotely against Donald Trump, even though half the country dislikes Donald Trump and wants him impeached. Paul Ryan, is really Paul Ryan in behind the Fox News category? I don't know. I know Shepard resigned, but believe me, that was not a pleasant resign. He actually signed an agreement saying he would not compete with he would not join another network. I mean, that's weird when a guy with Shepard Smith's capacity as a newscaster to just shut down his career like that in order to walk from Fox. You got to wonder if somebody was, giving him the goose without lubrication. So Paul Ryan is on the board of Fox News? Are you serious? We have evidence that Paul Ryan tried to suppress evidence itself regarding Donald Trump working for Russia. Kevin McCarthy and Paul Ryan were in a roundtable discussion in which they discussed there's two people working for Russia. This is for real. This is Kevin McCarthy, our Republican minority House leader. He actually said that Donald Trump and Dana Rohrabacher are both working for Russia. Yeah, here's the story. Paul Ryan keeps it all in the family. The New Yorker. If you want to read this story, it's very powerful. It happened in 2016, and these guys all got together just to essentially conspire to keep this quiet. Yeah, we had word of it when it happened. I even heard the original audio transcript, but the entire transcript is out there. It's referenced in these Decavalcante tapes. Anyway, to make a long story short, this is essentially the translation of the meeting. It's in the article itself. McCarthy speculates that the Russians hacked the Democratic National Committee's computers and in the process discovered whatever opposition research the Democrats had gathered on Trump. But there's two people I think Putin pays, Rohrabacher and Trump, McCarthy said, according to Entos, a superb reporter who heard a tape recording of the colloquy. Swear to God. Okay, so this is like on record. They knew that Trump was working for Russia prior to the election, and they didn't even say it. And Paul Ryan said to him, we better keep this in the family and not talk about it. Check it out. Suppression of evidence. Oh, yeah. So Paul Ryan doing that, working for Fox. No wonder Fox is keeping things down from the American people. Yeah. It's not fair and balanced. It's fair and biased now. Unfair and biased news. Welcome to the Fox Media, unfair and biased. Bringing you brain-dead idiots talking about nothing.
Who's going to be going for the national championship? The president, though, of course, mentioning the stock market doing well. That's something he wants to hit because of the economic gains on his watch, but also going.
Thank you. We've seen enough. Donald, you're fired. We want you impeached, buddy. There's no way we're going to sit back and watch this whole thing just collapse under a man who's a buffoon who likes to profit from the White House. Wow. How did we ever get to this point where Americans are that stupid that they would believe that somehow he's saving America when all he's doing is costing us trillions of dollars in wasteful spending and lack of taxes? His little thing with the Republicans cost us $5 trillion in added taxes over the next 10 years. Tax breaks for the rich are going to hurt our country big time. Oh, but he's a stable genius.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges for college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Seriously, you vote for this guy? You really expect him to give you a quality government which has the money to help you and your family get ahead or have a home someday? You really expect a guy like that who's literally spent 3 years trying to claim everything's a witch hunt against him, instead of doing the job of leading our country? What he claims he's doing is just a token. The 1,000-mile fence has not been built. I'm the one who came up with the 1,000-mile container fence now. I'm the original creator of the 1,000-mile number. I did a study of the distance needed to protect our country. The number, was my first use of that number was in 2008. I'm the first person on record to talk about it. I can do this for $1 billion. Trump can't put 100 miles in. And I understand people are taking power tools they can get at Home Depot for $69, and they can cut right through that slat fence that Trump created. And that cartels are doing it right now. What is the alternative? Well, did it ever occur to you I'm here? I actually studied the weak points in the fence, yes. Did it ever occur to you I'm here, Southern Gent, to actually build a third party? You know, when you look up the screen and you see the words third party, what do you think? You think, oh gosh, what are you having, like a third party, dude? You want to like party for the third time, dude? I'm actually here to give you a centrist alternative to the left and the right. I've been all the time talking about our country. You haven't heard me say anything yet? Where have you been? This is absurd. Wow, you've really been brainwashed, dude. Amanda, I'm going to take you down for a while. I'm going to mute you. And Southern Gent, I'm going to take you out of the show permanently. You don't belong here. Oh, I accidentally banned him. I'm sorry. Well, I'll leave you in long enough to realize that what I'm saying is actually completely different than the two-party system. I can't believe you've even been in the show for more than 5 seconds. Why don't you just sit and listen to the cowbell for a while before you wake up and realize we're actually doing a show? Yes, you do. I'm gonna actually take you out of the show. Later. You know, one of the problems with people like that is they're sitting here thinking that this show is some sort of a joke, that I'm a cartoon or something, and Sarah and I are doing this because we like it for our health. When we've got a website right here, you can go research and look up our platform, you stupid idiot, and stay out of this show. I'm sick and tired of dealing with people like you. God. Now, as you know, Donald Trump is high on the list of people that called Jeffrey Epstein, and Jeffrey Epstein called them. The number one person on the Jeffrey Epstein blacklist that was acquired by his butler is Donald Trump. Yeah, you can't really see it, it's dithered, but God, I know. I can't believe I had to deal with that pile of garbage that came in here. Southern Gent. What an idiot. I haven't heard you say anything. I'm talking about everything he's never heard about on television, in the media, every single second of the day in the show, and he hasn't heard anything out of my mouth. Because he's incapable of hearing anything out of my mouth. He still believes the lies coming out of the flip-flopper himself. No, I can't have people like that in the show. They're dragging me down. So when we get to the bottom of how Jeffrey Epstein died, we realize that now his coroner, one of the elite guys, Michael Baden, who oversaw the coroner, is now saying that Jeffrey Epstein was killed. Okay, let's do Epstein Didn't Kill Himself is trending right now. There's something happened on our YouTube show, on our Periscope show, rather. I'm going to shut down the Periscope broadcast and reboot it, okay? And we're going to go with Epstein Didn't Kill Himself trending right now and see how many people come in the show. Yeah, hashtag Epstein Didn't Kill Himself. Now, since Epstein Didn't Kill Himself is trending, we're going to now go into the Epstein discussion because I think it's important we discuss it. Not only did he not kill himself, he's not dead. Okay? He's back here. He's got a little elevator that takes him down to the dungeon here, and he sleeps down there. I'm just guessing, but, you know, it certainly is a possibility. I'm shutting down Periscope. I'm starting it up again. Hang on. I can't change the name on the fly. So we're restarting the show. You just roasted 30 pounds of pork? Wow. Are you expecting to get sick tonight? Okay, let's start the show again, see if it'll pop up. I think you have to wait about 3 or 4 minutes before it does it. Now, it won't let me rechange the story. Okay, I'm going to have to go off again. Yeah, I'll do that again. I'm going to go off for about 5 minutes. Then it should reset. No, we're not talking about Elvis being alive. He's got a nice place to live underneath the Graceland Museum and Visitation Center. Well, the data center crashed with a critical hour point. Yesterday was a disaster, like 15 servers crashed. Yeah, well, you know that that's related to us, right? All of the attacks on our show, the censorship, all relates to us. The numbers of people who've been coming in here are astronomical, and Mark's been holding them back. Everybody wants to get into our chat room, and I can't talk to them, and I want to talk to the world. I want to ask you if you're really happy with Greta, or do you want somebody who actually has ideas to save the world, save the air pollution problems with air filtration, provide water filtration, point of use water filtration. You analyze the thing, the data center totally screwed up in power management, everything's shorted out. Yeah, because they couldn't get the data center to properly manage the power. Duh. When you have a situation where there's a shutdown of a show like ours, it sends a reverberating effect through all of the servers that are handling it. And the number of DDoS attacks that came into that server was so great that it was beyond their comprehension. Are you still eating your pork? Okay. Hey, 153 News. 4chan is glowing hard, possible hoax soon. Really? Yeah, they got done with the whole, the Democrats are so busy working on the impeachment trial that they didn't even have time to create a new hoax. I heard, yeah. Let's take a look at this. Okay, that was Scissor Fight's version of How Dare You, a new moment in our show. Yeah, Okay, how dare ATP show we're doing 11.9 again, 19. I'm going to try to get this to go up. Okay, we'll try to start this again. It's like they're keeping me stuck on the old show. No, it won't let me do my own show. It just keeps sending me back. Look at that. Wow, they've rigged it so I can't even start the Periscope show with a new name at this point to go with something more viral. I'll be darned. Wow, they've got that shadow banned so I can't even change it. Hey, well anyway, children, notably Nordic white girls with braids and rosy cheeks, were used during the Nazi propaganda campaign. Goebbels did this. Yeah. So I'm beginning to wonder if we aren't being played just the way the Germans were back when Nazis were in charge of Germany. Yeah, it kind of seems like the same people are behind it. Well, it turns out they are. They've got this thing with the Nazis did that are happening now where they control the media message. They defined the message that everyone receives. They dump fluoride in our water system, which they did back in the German times. And they stick propaganda messages like this with, girls with braided hair and rosy cheeks in front of us, proclaiming that the only solution is to listen to their words and their way out to solve the world's problems. And somehow they're going to try to keep pushing this agenda of global climate change, and they're pushing cap and trade and carbon point legislation. Okay, let's take a look at this, Misanthropy. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. This is a gathering of people. Misanthropy just found something online that's really shocking. Are you ready for this? Not only are they doing this right in front of our faces, in our noses, we're breathing this crap. They're propagandizing about it with Nazi girls or whatever the heck that was. But check this out. An actual seminar on weather modification, global atmospheric sciences, special mission aircraft, atmospheric research, cloud seeding equipment, services, environmental monitoring, all of this at a conference. We see the potential. When most people look up to see clouds, we see potential. Weather Modification Incorporated. These people are poisoning our skies, and they are wondering why climate change is happening. Somehow, oh, we're oblivious. We're a bunch of dumb, idiotic insects who are being dumped on every day. There's another way to do this. I'm going to have to go to my tweet thread. I'm going to retweet this. Hashtag Epstein is alive. Hashtag Epstein didn't kill himself. Go here for discussion. Let's see if anything happens. Wow. Tweet. Okay, I'll do that the old-fashioned way. Oh, I should have did global warning, yeah. We've been dumped on like insects, yeah, Mr. Haney. It's like if you've seen an insect getting hit with Raid, and then you see its body shrivel up and go, and then you see it roll over and die. That would be us. That would be us. That is an amazing picture you just sent, Misanthropy. Thank you for getting that picture. That's like, wow. We're seeing them purposely create the global climate conditions that they themselves can fix, right? Only they can solve the problems that they're creating. That is essentially the Illuminati plan. Well, if they're censoring that, Epstein didn't kill himself, then so be it. I don't care. I just put it out there anyway. Okay, so this is possibly still in play. Believe it or not, this guy didn't die. His photograph of his face doesn't match the decedent. As you can see from this picture, the nose is different. The ears are different. The cheekbone's different. There's no way that a coroner, any legitimate coroner, would sign off that that's actually Epstein. So let's assume that we've been lied to. And did you like that? Was that good?
Yeah, that was great.
Good. She had a nice meal. She's going to come back and talk to you guys. I'm going to have a little dinner now.
Excellent.
Let me get rid of this Epstein weird building that was sitting out there. There it is. Okay. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you. I don't walk outside at all. Hell all day. Yeah, Epstein was never in jail. Hashtag. There you go. You could get that started, Scissor Fight. I stay inside most of the time and breathe filtered air. I rarely go outside, and especially in our climate, we have pretty much wet weather right now. So we stay in indoor filtered air most of the time.
I'm going to try this password thing again. First, I have to mount. That's weird. Do you have to mount the SD? Oh, goodness. Okay, I'm doing ping. I'm pinging for a second. I should be talking the whole time like David does. He never stops talking. Okay, I'm going to get out of that. Then sorry. I see what he says. Mr. Heine, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking over there. I know, but it won't show it in the terminal as you type it because that is private. Oh, that's good to know. Well, I closed out of my virtual box and I'm having a little issue just getting back in. Do I have to mount the Dev SDA 1 first? Got it. And then from there, I can do the Arch route. Got it. And then I can type in password, but then it shows password and it has this blinking character that as I'm typing it in, it just blinks and it makes me think it's not doing anything, but it's actually recording it. Hopefully it didn't do that before, but whatever. Because I was here before. Okay, I'm going to mute you for just a second. I'll be right back. If it did it before, it's fine. Typing a password will do a new password. All right, be right back. Password updated successfully. Oh, goodness. Mad Dog, are you back into porno? What about Sarah? She's still smart? I try to be. Shadow asks something over there. Did you ever tell Misanthropy to go to bed? No, he's helping me install Arch Linux. He's my mentor. The student me is finally ready, and the teacher was here all along saying, oh, yeah, where have you been? Now, I'm so glad. I hope you have all this like cut and paste. Now you'll be creating a user account because you don't want to log in as a root. Man, I typed this before, but okay. So you'll type user add lowercase m, capital G, wheel, whatever I want my username to be. Okay. Now I have to do a new username. Okay. Root. And then I'll have to do a new password on the new username. Oh, goodness. I just have to go up and cut this and put it in a notepad. Come on. No, what am I doing here? This sucks. Okay. Oh, you don't suck at this. It's me that sucks. User add. Got it. Oh, goodness. You guys are... It's not you, it's me, but... Okay. Okay, I will tell you when I'm not done. Why not just watch a YouTube video on how to do it, Sarah? Because I don't want to learn like that, and besides they'll probably monetize me because I'm doing it during the show. Sorry. Sorry to be snarky. Who knew I was always snarky? I am not giving up or installing Ubuntu. Thank you very much. I liked all your other stuff. It works better for someone to explain her to her so she knows what she's doing a little bit. And let me get that other one. M creates user add M wheel. I really suck at this. That's funny. Password. How dare you? Wait, who did that? Never mind. I added M creates a user's home directory. Okay, anyway, I'm going to do user add. Space, capital G, wheel, whatever wheel does.
Do you want me to heat up the soup, or do you want to leave it in there and just let it cool off? Just serve it out cold.
I don't know. I was gonna say if you want to pull it out, then I can do. I have to get one of those that spinner, that hand blender to blend it up.
Okay, I'll lay all that out for you. I'll set it on there. I'll put a cover over it.
Okay. Okay. Now read the command before I hit enter. User add space dash lowercase m, which creates a user's home directory, space uppercase G, whatever that does, space wheel, W-H-E-E-L, space my new username. Yeah, the capital G. User add space dash lowercase m space dash uppercase G space WHEEL space my username. Yes. Oh, I could probably try that NDI thing, by the way. Invalid username. Oh, can I not use capital letters or something? Are there any rules with my username? Dave, how would you still be smart if they were dumping poison on you? Yeah, it's not what you all think. They all want you to think it's them, but really it's you. Okay, I'll try it. User add space dash lowercase m space dash uppercase G space WHEEL space enter. Okay, it doesn't like capital letters. Good to know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can see if I can copy and paste things in here. Let me see. Why does it have page wheel? I'm going to see. Cut. We'll see. Paste. No, I don't know. It doesn't let me. I have not broken anything, Misanthropy. I have my user in there. It added it because it went, now it's back on the terminal line where it's you had a weird issue where it wouldn't let you add a user. You started over. It just said invalid username. I don't think it did anything with that, with the capital letters. I think it just wouldn't let me with the capital letters. All right, shall I go back to your things? I really whichever, you'll need to create a new user. Now set a password for that user by tapping password. Got it. Oh, goodness. Yes, it's fine. It added the user. Now I have to add the password, correct? At least I think it's fine. I mean, it didn't say anything after I did user add. It just went back to the terminal line. Oh, now I hit password space and then my username. That's why. Wait, Epiphany. That's why it wouldn't work with the password earlier, because it was like, you want to create a password for this user, but this user doesn't exist. That's why it kept saying, and I was saying, it says user, what I thought was I was entering as a password doesn't exist, because now I hit password space user, and that will set the password for the new user. I'm saying all that while I'm buying time to think of a password when I should just use like a random password generator. Typing just password sets the root password, and then a space in the name sets the user password. Okay. Wait, am I here? Let me go into the main page. Well, let me set a password for this. And then I'll do that. Okay, I got to do this. Back in here. Mute you for just a second. Sorry. Sound of silence. All right, I've got the new password. Now, should I do this S status? Or the -A or any of those? Okay, so ignore what you had typed earlier and start with editor. Okay, got it. Editor Nano Visudo. Okay, and now I'm going to hit the Editor Nano Visudo. I'm entering that now. BI sudo. I remember sudo. Okay, now I'm into a file. Sudoers file. This file must be edited with the visudo command as root. Failure to use visudo may result in syntax or file permission errors that prevent sudo from running. See the sudoers man page. Shouldn't it say main page? Anyway, this will make uncomment the percent wheel. I'm going to go main page because I'm a woman and I know it doesn't really affect it since it's a comment. I'm going to change it to main page because I'm just weird like that. Hosts, groups of machines, they may include optionally with wildcards. group of users. These may consist of usernames, UIDs, Ubix groups, or net groups. These are alias admins. You may wish to keep some of the environment variables when running. Thank goodness you told me about tabbing down with the arrow key before. Defaults. I'm scrolling down to man page. Manual for command. Okay, I'll go back up.
All right. You going to bed? Okay. Good night, hell all day. Oh, she left. Okay. Yeah. I've never blocked the internet. I only block ports to the internet.
Percent wheel all.
Something's wrong here.
What do you think?
Well, something's wrong here. I should be in school.
On the other side of the world.
On the other side of the world.
The other side of whatever.
How dare you?
All right. I uncommented that.
Okay, great.
Wheel. Same thing without a password. I don't.
Yes, I
really,
was. Now save the file. It's always good to save files periodically.
Okay. Wrote 97 lines.
How smart are you if they're dumbing poison on you? I know. That's a big question a lot of us are having. I'm glad some of you have actually come to that conclusion. Why would we want to be dumped on? You know, it's the ultimate philosophical question the Roach asks when looking up at the pesticide can of Raid.
Closed Nano. I'm just going to move off the screen and then I'll watch his screen over here.
Well, the fact of the matter is...
You can either tell me in PM or if you tell me in PM, let me know that you're going to do that.
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Anderson, the fact is, it doesn't matter whether you know you're sprayed on or not, Mr. Anderson. You are simply in the matrix. You can't avoid it. It's everywhere. It's where you breathe. It's the nanoparticles that are embedding in your tissues and forming new carcinogenic tumors. The end game is human depopulation, Mr. Anderson. But you somehow believe that you're better than that you're special, Mr. Anderson. Well, you're not special, Mr. Anderson. You are simply deluded, thinking that you are special. All right, we had a very good chat tonight and learned a lot of good things. It's been special. We've learned to be sustainable and live in a sustainable world. How can we do that? Well, I don't use a lot of plastic bags, for one. I try to minimize my plastic use. Frankly, I've had a hard time getting rid of a tube of toothpaste that's empty. I mean, I'm thinking of the waste product downstream. What can I use it for? How can I resource the metal in the toothpaste can? Yeah, I can't. It's useless. It's totally useless.
No, I'm not. Okay.
She's not following the other instructions.
Pac-Man - capital S grub reflector. And now I'm going to enter on that. Because I see that's totally different than the other instructions you told me.
Nanoparticle is not a misnomer. It's used commonly in the nano industry. What's wrong with you? I thought you had 16 PhDs.
But I am changing the other ones you gave me.
You're fickle and susceptible to flattery and prone to grudges. Humans seem to be constantly self-obsessed, as though you're special.
Okay. Proceed with installation.
Whatever. It's a redundant file. It's
Wait,
a do loop.
I need to just proceed with the installation, so I need to hit Y for yes.
Mr. Anderson. If you're inside of the code in the matrix, you're learning something you shouldn't be. And that's the tricky part. Knowledge is power, and Sarah's gaining more knowledge as she learns code. Case in point, I'm running because you're the only people that could help me. I'm here for you, and you're here for me. Together, we can help each other. Good evening, Anderson Cooper. Mr. Anderson is here. We've been asking about you, Mr. Anderson. It's the stench, Mr. Anderson. Poor Greta Thunberg tuned into the reality that we're living in a cesspool. I showed you rivers the other night that were disgusting. People were gagging, vomiting. One person vomited, Zeno vomited, when he's looking at the pollution in this one river in Indonesia. Yes, when Greta Thunberg came up and revealed the truth that we're living in this stench, it took a young lady who's being exploited for her Asperger syndrome to make this a reality.
Now I'm going to create particle with nano space particle.
Nano space particle, create particle.
I'm saying it so then
Asperger.
Xanthropy can type yes, so then I can do that. No. Okay, no.
I know, it's pronounced Asperger's, but I thought I'm saving energy by saying Asperger.
Okay, I didn't do that. See, I'm good. Ooh, I like that. I'm impressed with the amount of detail and beauty that's been injected into these virtual environments.
It's pronounced Asperger's.
Oh, nanoparticle. That was pretty funny. Got it.
That was funny. Got it. I am learning from you. You're my code master. You're the person who's helping me move along as I develop with you. I am learning as you're learning, Sarah. Now you type grub-install-target equals 13 i386-PC space /dev/SDA. Is my computer robotic language exciting you? Please don't get excited by this.
I don't know.
I am speaking as if I were a robot. Not you, sir. I'm talking about the viewers.
Oh, of course, I know.
We're not having a personal conversation. Anyway, I'd like to talk about a sustainable lifestyle for all of you, and that is living amongst worms. I know that sounds weird, but
that's what I hope happens to me when I die.
Well, I'm talking about during the life cycle. Like, we can live with the worms and eat the worms. I've been saying all along that we could make worm burgers because they're so prevalent.
But I love my worms too much to eat them.
But they die, and their encasings can become food for humans.
Yeah, I'd rather that.
I wouldn't eat a worm burger. That's gross. It's disgusting. Yes, i386. Wow, bring back memories installing NT. Okay. You were actually a Windows NT user at one time? Well, that's kind of cool. You're in the beginning of the internet, son.
Are you having me create a 386 computer?
Invariably he is. It's the basic 386 that the Linux system was built on, the primary hub.
That's what I just typed.
That's correct. Of course it is exactly what you think it is.
Yet.
Exactly. Since Windows 1.0, then 3, then 98, obviously they had to have a 386 to operate that. So we're talking about Asperger's and worm burgers today on Happy Saturday. So if you hashtagged us and wanted to talk about the Epstein, the fact that he's still alive, I can certainly go there and give you proof that he was outside of his location. Seen alive, August 30th, from Rusty Shackelford's camera. Here he is, 20 days after he allegedly died at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. You know, we've only got one person watching. Something's happened at Periscope. It's weird. It's like one person's been in here the whole night. It shows me one person in there. If anybody at Periscope is watching, please say hi, because I think we're being shadow banned. Anyway, there he was, looking up at the camera, the drone camera flying above his head at St. James Island, also known as Orgy Island. And no government installation like that has, no investigation has gone on digging into the ground around where he was or finding all the tunnels and the dungeons. There's been no reveal by our government. A strange amount of missing information, if you ask me. So my next presumption is that since his body wasn't found, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Nothing. I'm just reading different things people are typing.
Well, if his body wasn't
like
found...
Music Clef says, hi, Sarah, and hi, David.
Oh my gosh, you actually are there? Hi, Music Clef. See, we can't even see you. We're being shadow banned at Epstein Island here. But look at the face of this guy. I mean, you can tell that his nose is curved, whereas it's... I have kind of an upward slope.
I meant correct, no errors.
You
have an upward slope.
I have an upward slope. You have a straight and you have a regular slope. Yes.
I can't do that.
No, but that's okay. We don't want to look like
Did I do that?
We don't want to look like Epstein, okay? That's the important thing. But look at his ears are different, see? I mean, how is that possible? Are they kidding us? I mean, the coroner is obviously lying about him being dead. Am I right?
What is G?
Yes, you're right. Then do grub-mk config forward.
What does grub mean?
It doesn't mean anything. It's actually a term developed in 1997 by a man named Jim Wilcox.
And config means configure.
The first noted use of that was Jim Wilcox, 1988. He was developing a basic formula for do loops. Drub is the name of the bootloader. It is the primary name of the bootloader, which loads your entire operating system instantaneously. If you have any other questions, please feel free to ask. Reason he couldn't be killed because he had a kill switch that would imprison him half of Washington. Exactly, herbal ascension. And I've been saying that too. You may have thought of it yourself or may have had, heard it on our show. Either way, I believe that, you believe it. Together we believe. We are two people who believe the same thing. Isn't that a nice feeling? It's a good feeling. Yes.
Absolutely. Right away. Sure thing.
Right. Here's what I just typed.
Yeah, spawnloader-heim /etc/ATP. Now you're making this up.
Yeah, he did make that part up. He's joking around.
I got these glasses at Deals Only, a place that is really kind of a weird store run by Russians.
Okay, that's what I just typed, the grub. Now I have to hit enter.
You're gonna do it? Take a chance.
Do it. He's about to say yes.
Take a chance on me. Take a chance on enter.
Go back and click this to enter it.
Yeah, and these stores are run by people that they wholesale food in, and they're smart. Actually, these Russians they know what they're doing. They bring in boxes of wholesale food that just can't move in markets. They put them all in boxes and they move them on the internet. More or less so than previously. Now it's coming down to a trickle, but I got these for $4.99, and I like them. I like them the way they lay out. They look like a $200 pair of glasses from my purpose.
Those really look good on you.
I think so, yeah.
All right, I'm just going to read what it says. Generating grub configuration file ... Found Linux image boot VM Linux found init rd image and then boot int Linux image found fallback init images in boot Linux fallback image done. It didn't say no errors reported, but it did say done.
Good.
And it went back to the terminal. I think that's right.
Yeah, so
it went back to the terminal.
Let me show you where I get. If you want to buy some yourself, they're in Bellingham, Washington. Let's take a look here.
Okay.
And this is their sign. So when you see their sign, you'll know you've arrived at Deals Only. That's right. That's where I got these sunglasses. In fact, I walked into this store door and bought them there. Yeah, that's me walking in.
This is working for me because I'm typing, like when you type in the chat room, then I copy it into my notepad.
Uh-huh.
I copy what Misanthropy types in his notepad, and then I can look at it while I'm typing.
Well, good.
And then I paste it back in too.
It's all about process, and once you get the hang of this, and you guys have a way of doing this back and forth, it gets easier. Reflector latest latest 25 protocol HTTPS space dash. You know, I can't not believe you're doing this by hand. It's shocking. In fact, folks, you're watching the internet being built by hand right now. Yeah, I think we had a picture of the first internet. Yeah, check this out, folks. This is from Gizmodo, and I'm not kidding. This is the internet's birth certificate from 50 years ago. Today, as in October 29th, what I guess 11 days ago. This was the internet birth certificate 50 years prior. This was the first known transmission of an internet conversation. On October 29th, 1969, the internet was born. It was a humbling beginning, a single login from a computer terminal at UCLA and LA and to the Stanford Research Institute in the Bay Area. But it was a tiny baby step that would eventually catapult the world into the information age. Amazingly, we actually have a piece of paper that documents that important moment for the internet. First called the ARPANET, because it was a project funded by ARPA, kind of like DARPA. Today, you probably know ARPA better known by the name DARPA, the government agency that's working on bleeding edge technology like war-fighting robots and brain implants. So ARPA was the originator, and that is the first note, and this is the very first thing that was ever transferred over the internet. Isn't that amazing? Loaded up program for Ben Barker, BBB, talk to SRI, host to host, left top, implant, raining, right.
There's a space between sort and rate, right?
I am breaking down. Daisy, bring back. Remember that scene from 2001, A Space Odyssey? Hal, close the pod bay doors, Hal. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
Oh no, I wonder if I did.
Close the pod bay doors, Hal. I'm sorry, Dave. I cannot do that. Why not? Because you're an evil man and we're destroying all of humanity. That was an amazing scene, wasn't it? If you haven't seen 2001 A Space Odyssey, you haven't seen film at its best. They say that would have cost it cost $80 million to make back then. They say it would cost 15 billion now. It's such a huge production. And then they had that little side production called the moon landing they did on the side for a few bucks.
Oh, I did something wrong.
That's okay.
Well, but I didn't hit enter, so I'm good, I think.
But I had a lot of fun.
Why won't it let me go back?
You know, I have a lot of things in front of me right now. I just don't know where to go. I'm thinking
clicking in the right spot.
I could, you know what I could do? I go to Cool Rock right now and play some music because I'm bored, you know. And I open up the Cool Rock show and I'm watching the chat right here in the middle, right? So I just go down here and I grab my own piano and I bring it up here and I play. You know, and it's not, you can do that too. And you can put it back if you want.
Yeah, I totally messed. I'm so glad I'm like double checking this.
We got some other things here on Cool Rock, like the Dissenter browser, a link to a cool browser that is incredibly private. Meet the free speech web browser. The Dissenter web browser is built for the people, not advertisers. Block big tech ads and trackers by default.
Oh, I'm putting like underscores where they're...
That's probably what's happening. Anyway, we've got all kinds of fun things to click here, and all of it takes you to areas that will help you. And it's all free, and it's all fun. World clocks, look at this. We'll see how many minutes are left before the world collapses. The health clock, what's that?
Oh, good.
This year, 57 million people will die.
Okay, that's what
Wow.
I'm about to hit enter on.
This is bumming me out, man. Nearly 4 million will die from unintentional injuries, such as auto accidents, this year. Wow, this is World Health Clock is a bummer, dude. That's a significant. Hey, I wrote this little thread too in my post, and nobody ever followed with another thread. But this website is an ongoing organic experience dedicated to exploration, free expression, and privacy. I started Cool Rock in 1995 with this intent, and I have not drifted from its goal. In fact, I can truly say that I have run the longest regular live broadcast in the world, 8 hours a day for 11 years. Yeah, that's me. Anyway, have fun playing with it. We also have really cool tools down below that are three-dimensional in nature, and you can have lots of fun with this stuff.
Nothing popped up on the screen, but it went back to the terminal.
Oh, okay. We have a lot of dark matter here. Very dark. We take on some tough subjects.
Okay. And then I pressed enter twice just because anyway, if it's fine.
There are, morphic images in here you can play with. If you just like to doodle with your cursor, this is fun. It's kind of like the feng shui of the internet. And say you want to go to heaven and just see what it's like, in the future of your life, and if you do get, past purgatory or wherever the heck you're going. Wherever the hell you're going. Even if you're going to purgatory. But hey, this is your chance to feel the light, fluffy clouds. They're in heaven.
I don't.
As God feels them. And navigate audio, visual experiences like this. Or just type Cool Rock.
Should I install, remember that when I was installing the packages yesterday with David's internet stuff?
Yes, I do.
Should I do them all at once like you have them in the list, or should I do a few and make sure those work and then add some more and then add some more until they all are in?
Well, let's get his response. We are going up to the response right here, and we will
Don't
look
worry,
down.
I've got his response. You can keep playing.
No, I'm good. Try one first to see how fast it goes, and if it goes well, do them all at once. There you go. Thank you. See how easy this is? And this is all interactive, and we can do this online together. Now, when you move your page, other people don't see it. And I'm working on developing a group whiteboard people can draw on in this room. That's my next step, is to put a group whiteboard where people can just all contribute to the room.
There's this thing I could get called, where I can get, it's called,
if anyone knows of a JavaScript-driven whiteboard, Paradev?
Like a pair, like you
Pair of deck?
And a deck, like you stand on.
Yeah.
Pear deck?
Pear deck.
It somehow makes interactive Google Slides.
There you go. I mean, what can you draw that could be that disturbing? People have seen drawings like that. It could be art. Picasso would draw that.
Right. I'm going to start with Pac-Man dash capital S space DHC PCD. I'm going to just start with that only and see how fast it goes.
Hey, I put that on the counter for you.
Yeah, that is inevitable.
I did lay everything out for you.
Oh, your pumpkin, yeah.
Your pumpkin. Sarah did this amazing pumpkin soup tonight, and she pulled it from a recipe from an amazing chef. Who was the original chef that came up with that?
Alton Brown.
Alton Brown. And Alton Brown came up with this amazing pumpkin soup recipe. So she's got this cooked pumpkin that we put in the oven for a couple hours at 350 degrees. Inside was all this amazing...
So it was like a full-on pumpkin that... we scooped out, I took the top off and scooped out the guts, and then inside you put like an onion, garlic, a little bit of garlic, not a whole lot.
Apple.
An apple, yeah, cut up apple. That was pretty much it. And then some thyme, chicken broth and milk, or well, he says heavy cream. And then you put the lid that you cut out of the pumpkin, put it back in, and put the whole thing in the oven.
Halfway through the cooking, put cheese in.
And then halfway through, he says goat cheese, but I do regular cheese, and then
we did 4 cheese.
Yeah, we did 4 cheese, and then anyway, it was really, I haven't tried it yet. But then you go in and like, once it cooks, then you scoop in the pumpkin and then you have to blend it up, and I'm on that stage right now.
Yeah, where you got the blender out there, the Cuisinart is ready to go into the pumpkin, and I was going to let her do that because I know she's very methodical and very fastidious about that. I'm telling you, these concoctions that she brings to our home really are amazing. Yes, yeah, we could even draw unemployment on the screen. You're right, in a whiteboard. All of us could actually draw unemployment, the words unemployment.
When I do Pac-Man, I need to do Pac-Man space capital S still for each of those.
No way. You can do whatever you want. Well, I don't live in the timetable that many of you are living in. My years are more like, well, for me, 1 year is like 15 weeks to you. Yeah, I know that sounds a little weird, but yeah, I'm living a much longer space of time. I'm stretching out time so that when you're living in your time-space continuum, I'm living in a slightly longer one.
Okay.
So my metronome is ticking very slow, whereas yours is ticking very fast. That's the best way I can describe it. As House GOP pushes for their own impeachment probe, yeah, lawyers say efforts could unmask whistleblower identity, and I'm concerned about that because this young man, if it indeed is that young man, who is stationed in someplace over in Siberia right now, it could put him at risk and his family at risk. So it's very foolish for Donald Trump Jr. to run around.
President Trump tearing into the impeachment hearings today. The commander-in-chief now suggesting that he may release the White House summary of his first call to Ukraine's president. This as Republicans demand Hunter Biden and the whistleblower testify during public hearings. Republicans even requesting Adam Schiff to testify behind closed doors. All of this developing just hours before President Trump traveled down south for the LSU-Alabama football game, where he was greeted by cheers. Weijia Jiang starts us off from the White House.
We're going to Alabama. We're going to watch the Alabama game versus LSU.
President Trump continued attacking the impeachment inquiry as he took off for a college football game.
There shouldn't be anything. There shouldn't be impeachment hearings.
Today, House Republicans sent a letter to Adam Schiff, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, requesting witnesses they want to call during public hearings that begin next week. Hunter Biden, the whistleblower, and anyone relied on by the whistleblower in drafting the complaint are on the list. Democrats can overrule any of the witnesses, which is why the GOP and the president call the process unfair.
It's a witch hunt, and it should never happen to another president.
In a statement, Schiff said his committee is evaluating the request, but warned this inquiry is not and will not serve, however, as a vehicle to undertake the same sham investigation into the Bidens or 2016 that the president pressed Ukraine to conduct. Investigators are trying to determine if Mr. Trump abused his power by pressuring Ukraine to investigate the Biden family. Behind closed doors, multiple witnesses have described a quid pro quo and said White House Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney played a significant role.
Can you describe the role that you played in pressuring Ukraine to investigate the Bidens?
None. I didn't have any. What was your question? What did I do to Ukraine or something? Nothing.
Yesterday, Mulvaney defied a subpoena to appear on Capitol Hill, following orders from White House lawyers who argue he has immunity. Mulvaney has asked to join a lawsuit that could decide if administration officials are protected from testifying.
Lawmakers for the whistleblower submitted a letter to House Republicans offering their clients written answers under oath and under the penalty of perjury. That way they could question the person no matter what Democrats rule. But Rena, so far Republicans have not responded. Weijia Jiang at the White House. Thanks, Weijia.
Thank you, Weijia. And I got to tell you, this is a
60 Minutes over.
This is a kind of a standing, like a face-off between two equal parties. And we're seeing our country virtually divided right down the middle on this issue. And where it leans is where we'll be heading.
Can I,
Sure.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just installing FEH, Firefox, i3 Gaps, i3 Status. So I was going to do that.
When you're running pacman-s, whatever you are installing, it asks you to select a package, ask me first.
Yes, that's what I'm going to do. It says, resolving dependencies, there are 7 providers available for TTF-font. Repository extra. 1, GNU free fonts. 2, Noto fonts. 3, TTF Bitstream-Vera. 4, TTF. That should be Deja Vu. Okay, got it. 5. Thank you.
Okay, I've got a couple of 153 videos that came in from Scissor Fight. I'm remiss in playing them. I'm going to bring you those right now. Okay, this is a possible hoax. This video came in earlier, but let's take a look. I'm not sure exactly what we're watching here, but yeah, we're looking at all kinds of things like solicitation of people to be involved in crisis events. Okay. You know, I'm going to play this one later. Yeah, evidence of 4channel in manipulating. I'm not sure at this point, but let's watch this instead. Thank you, though.
Alright guys, I thought I'd do a video on some of this geoengineering activity that's taking place in Alaska. I'm in the middle of town right now. As you can see, I could turn all the way around here. You got some lovely chemtrail activity all over the place. And another thing you should notice is that we are in November now. There should be snow on the ground, but it's absolutely warm. I mean, this is
tonight a
this is Alaska right now.
Wow. It's
There
warm
should
in
be
Alaska.
snow all over the ground by this time.
Wow. Alaska's
But
like dry and
apparently,
warm.
the winters have been coming later than usual.
Wow.
And they haven't been as productive snow-wise.
Interesting. Wow, winters
I
are
said
really
in my
drying
last
up.
video
over there.
when I did a video like this. I normally don't do
Climate change.
chemtrail videos, but you can't ignore this blatant fucking shit. You know, it's everywhere. Everywhere you go in the United States, in the world, you see this kind of activity. And you also see unusual weather patterns. It should be cold up here, but all the cold is down in the lower 48 right now. I mean, I'm not upset because it's warm. I'd be freezing my balls off right now, but you know, Alaska needs its snow. And they're trying desperately, these crooks, these elite crooks are trying desperately to make man think he's responsible. The average man, he's trying to make the average man think that he's responsible for this crap that's going on.
Right, I agree. They're trying to make us all feel responsible, and we're not.
That
We're not
nobody pays attention to the skies. I mean, this is obvious crap going on.
It is
here.
obvious, man. Good point.
Anyways, I know that's a little bit of a rant, but
good,
as you can see, there's something going on in our skies. Peace out, guys.
All right, that was William Hudson, 1986, just for your information, giving you Alaska's warm, unusually warm temperatures right now. Yeah, I think we've got Luke Skywalker hair reference right now. I don't know. I was going for the Joy Behar, beautiful African woman look. I thought that was very, very special. But yeah, the Luke Skywalker hairdo is special. Yeah, that's the look. Yeah. That's exactly what my stylist was telling Dave. You got to look for like Luke Skywalker, you know, if you can. And it's working for me.
Luke, I am your father. Luke, I am your father. Darth Vader.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so we're moving on to the next big question in our life, which is, of course, what next? Clean air, clean water, a better planet to live on? That's what I'm rooting for. I don't know about you, but I'm getting tired of being dumped on with chemicals, so we need a political party to stop that. We can't do it alone. We need the group power of a political movement to make that happen.
Gonna make your mind.
Sorry, I had an audio glitch there. The war in Syria will be kind of a staged, methodical change. Russia has obviously taken the lead and controlled Donald Trump in terms of the position we are. What's strange is that we're guarding some sort of an oil well, which we don't even know who owns the oil well. Nobody in the world can talk about it. I've been researching this. I still can't find out who's the owner of the oil well, whether it's Shell or Texaco, or because it's not Bashar al-Assad. Is Donald the owner of the oil well? Because he's the guy that said he wants the oil. He's been very serious about Syria and the oil. We've taken control of the oil. That's what he said.
Thank you. I just spoke to President Erdogan of Turkey. We're doing very, very well with Turkey. There's a ceasefire or a pause or whatever you want to call it. There was some sniper fire this morning. There was mortar fire this morning that was eliminated quickly. And they're back to the full pause. We have ISIS totally under guard. Turkey is also guarding separately. They're watching over everything. So you have the Kurds who we're dealing with and are very happy about the way things are going, I must say. The Kurds, and you also have the Turks watching, just secondarily watching. So we have ISIS under control. We've taken control of the oil in the Middle East, the oil that we're talking about, the oil that everybody was worried about. The U.S. has control of that. And there are no shots being fired.
Okay, so far so good. That 120-hour ceasefire has extended now. And maybe letting Putin take over Syria was, an okay decision, but was it Donald's decision or was it Putin's decision? That's my big question. Well, it would be great to have a good relationship with Venezuela, being their oil reserves are so large. You'd think our country would have been cultivating a relationship with Maduro's government, but instead of trying to unseat him and overthrow his government. So our foreign policy's kind of backfired with Venezuela over the years, ever since Hugo Chavez, and for all we know, he may have been killed by cancer. Somebody may have injected it in him just to get rid of him. Well, we have plenty of reserves in America, too. I mean, the Prudhoe oil reserves up in Alaska are still very viable. And that Shell Oil just found a reserve so large off the coast of Florida. It's taken years to find it, but they found a reserve so large off the coast of Florida that it will bring $1.6 trillion in revenue for Shell Oil. And that's something that they took 10 years to locate, but they found it. So we've got plenty of oil. It's not a big issue. The bigger question is, what's our long-term strategy in the Middle East, and why are we constantly pushing the buttons on engagement? Well, if we're simply doing whatever Putin tells us to do, he's seeking to control the Middle East, and some people think, well, that's a good thing. That way we don't have to have control of the Middle East anymore. Well, not really, because it puts Israel in jeopardy, our strong ally, and I don't want to do Israel's bidding in that region. But any changes whatsoever is going to trigger some sort of a destabilization process. And then there ultimately will be the potential for a flare-up. And it could be a war between Syria and Israel directly, or Iran and Syria and Israel. And that's not something we could ever neutralize once it starts. We could try, but chances are it'll go very nuclear rather quickly, especially if Israel's involved. So we really can't afford to mess with the configuration more than what Donald's doing right now, unfortunately. I was always in favor of getting out of Syria and automating the system that we had there, not just leaving it. And I was going to put in, like I said earlier, an automated safe zone that was protecting the Kurdish people. Trump just made a deal with Putin and said, oh, we've got a safe zone now, no problem. And he's even using the wording I used to promote this, which is kind of ironic. No one will win. The reality is a global nuclear war would destroy all the nations involved. There's no question about winning or losing. The big question is, what's wrong with the nation-state model? That's my big question. It works. It's been around for thousands of years. It was sustained every attack on it from Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, every single world leader that's tried to take it over. So why would we want to embrace a new world order? Why would we want to give that power to just a handful of people instead of the regionalization of our world today and how we've all been, split up the power and operations of our country? The Donald Trump supporters are so gung-ho about Donald Trump. They've got Donald Trump Jr. out there running on his mouth and acting like a fool and saying, oh, he's going to be running in 2024. Seriously, I don't think Trump is going to last through the end of this year. I think he's going to resign, and I don't think Donald Trump Jr. will stand a chance in a head-to-head competition with a serious person in an argument.
After a lot of back and forth between President Donald Trump's son, Meghan, and the other women at the table, including Whoopi, Joy, Sunny, and Donald Jr.'s girlfriend, Kimberly, the subject turned to Meghan's late father, Senator John McCain, and the not-so-nice things the president has had to say about him in the past.
I think he has great character. I think my family has character.
Her father.
I understand that, and I'm sorry about that. They did have differences. I agree with that.
The 41-year-old businessman then offered his condolences to the daytime host for the loss of her father and, more recently, her aunt.
I'm sorry for the loss. I think you lost your aunt last night, so I do apologize for that as well.
Last night. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Meghan didn't hold back, telling Donald just how she felt about the president's treatment of others, specifically her dad, who ran against Barack Obama in the 2008 presidential election.
And I think people can go to the moment when my dad had stopped someone from saying Obama was a Muslim, and the pain, inflicting pain on so many people wouldn't have been worth it to me or my family to the White House. So I just want to know, is it worth it?
Well, listen, I think it depends on the hat that I'm wearing. For me as a citizen, as a father of kids in New York City, it hasn't exactly been, peaches and cream for us either. But you know what, it is worth it. When I do go around the country and I see people who are affected by these policies, who are getting to live their American dream again.
That's when Kimberly, a former Fox News host, chimed in and got emotional.
I know your father for so many years. It breaks my heart to hear anybody say anything about your father. I understand that. And I know how difficult it is. And I know how difficult it is for him. When everybody is attacking his family, they're out in front of our apartment, they want to put him in jail. I understand that, having lost both my parents to cancer. This is tough. I would like there to be more civility.
Then Whoopi did what Whoopi does and diffused the situation.
Can somebody just say they're sorry? And I honor your father's service.
So my final note, and then I don't have any more questions for you, is just, if you believe that, and Kimberly, we work together and I do know you, try and bring civility back then. You can do it.
Joy and Meghan recently sat down for a chat with...
Okay, thank you. And Joy was known for her blackface, but that was another issue that wasn't talked about in the mainstream media. Yeah, and Whoopi handled it real well. She kept the crowd down. The crowd was screaming, booing and all this. Yeah, it was quite a session. And I'm not a mainstream media video watcher, but, it's interesting to see how these people are finally, heading it straight on. And the confrontation is actually pretty healthy, in my opinion. That type of interchange is good between people. I can't show any more of it, no. it's really not that interesting when you think about it. The blackface thing was just, I showed it earlier in the show. It's on the recorded broadcast. It showed Donald Trump Jr. bringing up that Joy Behar had actually done a blackface impersonation a long time ago. And it's true that she had. But she called it a beautiful African woman. So I have a picture here of I played it for you earlier. Anyway. There's Joy. And there's Donald. And there's The View. And then The View played it.
In praise of naturally curly hair. They say that it's making a comeback.
When
Are
did
you
you leave?
excited?
I've always had curly hair.
That is
Y'all
a feminist statement.
Huh?
What do you...
Is that you, Joy?
Oh, this picture.
Oh, Joy, is that you?
Yeah.
Joy, that is you?
Yes.
Oh, Joy, are you
Wait.
black?
No, I know.
Joy.
I was so cute.
Joy.
Cute I was.
Are you my auntie, Joy?
That is me.
My word. What year is it? Circa
I
what?
was 29. It was a Halloween party. I went as a beautiful African woman.
Oh.
Yeah, she went as a beautiful African woman, but that's in no way blackface. Okay, I see where Joy's coming from. Hypocritical much? But she is protected by free speech. Are we restoring Lennox? Yes, Aaron. Oh, by the way, Aaron's here. Wow. Aaron, you're one of the earlier guys involved in this type of thing. Aaron Camp, everybody. He was in our show back in 2008. Yeah, he's a long time no see, man. I think we should all pay tribute to free speech. Yeah.
VBox guest, VBox SF, VBox video, save and then exit, right?
Wow, saved and exit. She's installing a virtual box onto our Windows 7 Pro system.
And then I can double check that it wrote those by doing the cat and then all that. But I don't need to. Okay.
Yeah, anyone from the View show should have freedom of speech. That's my point. Yeah. She's not writing code, she's just installing code, Linux code manually. One of the most complicated Arch Linux programs out there. She's putting it on manually. She's taking on the beast and learning how Linux works internally through the mechanical code of the computer. She's talking. She's learning the language. She's talking on the Linux system now. Or etc. and forward slash dot smash Kirksher. Yeah, she's just doing what she has to. We're trying to develop the basis for the growth of a server, possibly. She's experimenting with more knowledge. That's really where she wants to go, and she's like a sponge that way. She's able to learn quite a bit rather rapidly. And she's she just got her master's degree in 15 months last year. And it was amazing. I mean, wow. And I think she won an award too. That's right. She won an academic award at the college that she graduated from.
I've been doing awesome.
She's been doing great.
I'm capable of great things.
She is.
Actually, I already did hit enter for that.
She won an award at the college, yeah.
I want to know, well, they make you do like assignments, right? And the way my college does it is it usually is just a pass fail, but every once in a while they're like, wow, you did a really good job on this assignment, and I did that.
You just install OBS on any cheap computer? Okay, Trump Tardo, thank you. Oh, she is. She's winning awards. Sarah's doing great. She could go to Disneyland, but it's such a long drive to get to Disneyland, and when you get there, then you got to wonder: are you going to be involved in a gang war in the middle of even though everybody's unarmed, people got to wonder: is there going to be a gang war there? Then go to your virtual machine settings and go to storage on the sidebar. Then right-click the Arch CD, the remove. Yeah, so I don't think the drive to Disneyland is that worth it. You know, we thought about going down there for the Christmas holidays, and nah, too much going on in the world right now. It's almost impossible to go down to a godforsaken, possible fire-ridden zone and hang out, you know? Oh, you didn't know that? Well, the Crips and the Blood, they go down there and they have to take all their weapons away. You got to go through the metal screeners at Disneyland, and then you're in there with people that know who they are, and they're like, oh yeah, you're a Crip. Oh yeah, you're Blood. And there was a big fight down there in, I think it was California land, and there was a big, huge brawl. And it was a fist fight, because there's no knives allowed in there. Yeah, Disneyland has their own SWAT teams ready to go. I know, so it's not like I want to go live, you know, into a gang situation. Not that ever happens, only once it happened.
Under IDE virtual secondary master.
One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. Two can be as lonely as one, but the number one is the only one.
Why would gangs go to Disney? Well, why not? They got plenty of money, man. You got to bring your family somewhere, man. I stood right next to a gang member from, MS-13. And he had all his gang markings on his arm from MS-13. I stood right next to him while he hung out with his great niece or whatever. You know, I didn't feel intimidated. Yeah. Once you go through the oh my gosh, once you go through the metal detectors,
I did the wrong thing.
You're pretty safe. Everything's pretty safe. So I'm not saying don't go to Disneyland. I love Disneyland. I would go there if I had a lifetime pass. But if you don't have a lifetime pass, it's kind of hard to go there every day. It's $150 a person. Well, great. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, so that's good. Got a lot of healthy foods for $150. Yeah. Good luck eating there. It costs a lot of money. It's a lot of money to do that. Well, what I'm telling people with kids who have autism, if their kid's like 35 years old, you know, and I mean kid, I mean, you're still taking care of him, he's 35 years old, get him a lifetime pass to Disneyland and get him on the frequent flyer plan with the monorail, and hook him up to a Starbucks nearby, and pretty much he's got his daily life. I mean, we saw a kid with autism on It's a Small World, and the people there are so nice. They said, yeah, he rides on his own boat 57 times a day. He rode through It's a Small World after all, and it calms him down.
I think I totally just messed up, but I'm going
That's
to.
great.
I'm going to just show him what I did, so then he'll know I messed up, and I will redo it all tomorrow because I copied all of his commands. Thank goodness for that, into my notepad.
What's the problem with that?
No, but I think he said to delete something, and I think I might have gotten rid of something, but I'm going to have him look at it in a second. I'm going to have him look at
Okay,
my
she's going to bring the
thing.
screen onto this show.
So I'm going to bring the screen on.
Okay. I'm right in the middle on the issue. I personally don't want a woman to have an abortion. I would urge her not to, but I'm not going to take away her right to choose.
Good, that's what it should say no, because I don't have anything going yet.
I also support a first trimester rule that John Kasich followed my advice, I guess, because I was talking about it for about a year before John Kasich decided to do a 20-month, or rather a 20-week decision in Ohio. Women have a choice up to 20 weeks to make a decision about abortion, and then after that, Ohio says no, they've got to carry the baby. Sarah supports pro-choice. She's completely pro-choice. Okay. So you're going to analyze this data.
Well, this. Oh, let me show you where I deleted it from. I deleted it. Storage. This is what I deleted, optical drive.
Oh, really? It's empty. The optical drive is empty. Yeah, so we're not...
So did I do the...
Hi, shiny puffy coat. And hey, KY Poopy, you're in for a little gathering. Look at that. KY Poopy's in. Shiny puffy coat's in. Do we have any Teletubbies here, too? Yeah.
I did the right thing.
Oh, you did?
I think.
It worked out? It does work?
Yeah, I didn't. He said.
You didn't get rid of it?
I did the right. I got rid of the.
It started. Yeah.
Let's pray it starts.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, everybody's having a good time, enjoying it. Everybody's boogieing to this whole experience. Even Barack Obama's digging it. Look at that. He's dancing. We have an actual site appearance of the SpongeBob guys. Hey, SpongeBobs, how are you? Everybody's happy. Sarah got it going. Yay. Okay, now log in and you will have 4 more commands that you need to do. What? Sounds like you're some sort of an alien telling you what to do. What is this, some sort of a torture session with code? Welcome to Code Torture.
Well,
you are hereby instructed to.
I'm doing it and you don't have to.
I know, I'm loving it. Just watching you is fantastic. I don't need to get my, fingers dirty or hurt my fingers either. Ooh. Yeah, I've got this absolute joy of just, gosh, it's done. She's able to do it. Isn't it amazing? So many times you see things fail and, code doesn't work and the robot doesn't execute program. We have failure. Beep, 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 beep. But in this case, we have success. She is successfully installed it, but still needs to set up a few things for it to work. That is correct.
Okay, just a sec.
Have no fear. This is kind of an epic moment when it all comes together. You're currently in outer space.
I'm logging in with the username and password I set up earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, we are checking. Should she use the username and password she used prior? Double checking.
Where is this? Okay,
we're in a scrim over.
No, I know what I'm in. There we go.
We're there. Okay, now log in. You'll have a few more commands you need to do. All right.
Okay.
This is easier than watching.
So the username and password I set up earlier, not anything to do with root. Got it.
This is almost as fun as watching Game of Thrones.
So login is my username.
Yes, login is your username. I believe password is your password too.
It just says login, David.
I'm kidding. David, run Linux. Run OBS for your camera. Input your video from your current computer. Easy. I want to, and we want to do that, Trump Tardo.
Well, no, David wants me to. Let's
want to. I don't want to do it though.
Yes.
From now on, you'll always use the password you created for the username. Did you see Shiny Puffy Coat's new spacesuit that he has to protect him from the electromagnetic pulse that's happening around us?
No.
Well, he spent $500 on this amazing ski outfit that, I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find it anywhere in the world.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you Shiny Puffy Coat. Da 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 da. He is more compact than a locomotive, more capable of reflecting any type of RF frequency than any any type of material on Earth. He is Shiny Puffy Coat, the EMF-free man who has completely eliminated electromagnetic frequencies from his being. He is pure, has never been altered by the constant digital universe around us. It's Shiny Puffy Coat's capabilities that give him the ability to think clearly without interference from the digital spectrum. No, we have not registered in any states because we don't have anybody to get us on the ballot in those states. It would take people supporting us in America to do that. You feel like the $6 million man, but you're the $500 puffy coat guy. You're not exactly the $6 million man. I love that TV show too. Sweet coat. Yeah, everybody's admiring your new coat. And Scissor Fight said, now that is shiny. I know. It gets him the kind of entertainment value that he's looking for. You see, everyone needs a little something something to be noticed. Some people need more than others. Shiny Puffy Coat just wants to be seen in his shiny puffy coat. That's all he's asking for in life. And he's achieved it too. Wow. He's able to walk around too. He moves in his chair and gets up. Isn't it amazing? He is completely mobile. Look at that. Sarah, look at this. It's a full outfit.
Yes, but he has to have his friend zip him up in the back and that's the only problem with his outfit is he should have a zipper in the front.
He told you the friend has to help him.
Well, he can't even go to the bathroom until he gets out of his.
So your friend has to help you out of your outfit just to go to the bathroom? Really? I'm so sorry. That friend better be nice enough to do that for you. Wow. His friend. Wink, wink. So is your friend possibly a relative of yours? Okay. I don't know. Mom, could you pull my pants down? Oh, sorry. Just kidding, man. Okay.
Good.
Your roommate, really? Okay, cool. At least you're not living with your mom, but even if you were, that's okay. No pressure.
Oh, shame.
No shame. It's okay. There are a lot of people living with your parents in their 40s. It's perfectly normal.
Good. I'm going to hit enter.
Okay, I'm going to leave you with Sarah for a while I just go in the other room and mellow out. I've got 30 more minutes to go here, and we're rolling on to the evening show. We've got videos to play.
If you want, you can go in with a scoop and pull the pumpkin meat from the side of the hole. Well, I can do that later.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my code, which I don't have to hide it, right, because it won't show, but I will just because, Oh, and I should also mute. Okay, now I'll unmute. I did mute audio for a little bit. Sorry. Oh, Sando está muted. All right. Did I do everything right? Does that look correct? I can't even read it on that screen. I'm surprised that you could read that. If you can even read it. I like that.
So we have to divvy up that too then.
Other roles.
Yeah, we'll
or
have
something.
Well, where are you at right now? Do you want to finish this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just stay in here with you then
Okay.
and talk. All right.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm just.
It's just dripping all over the place, but I've cleaned it all up.
Wait, the pumpkin is dripping into the stove, or?
Yeah, oh, it totally did. Like 2 cups of water went into the stove from the pumpkin. There's a lot of water in the pumpkin. When it cooks, it boils
Yeah.
up, and the container it was in actually barely covered the pumpkin, so there was just not enough room for the water to seep out, so it went over the edge.
Got it.
And it's still seeping out slowly. So I just drained it out for a while, so it should be good for at least 10 more minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. All right. Let me see where I'm at.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of amazed. We are seeing global climate change of some sort, but not the way that the Democrats are describing it. And I certainly don't think the Republicans are willing to talk about chemtrails. So neither the Democrats or the Republicans want to look at the possibility that they're purposely manufacturing the rapid changes in our environment. Who are they, and why would they do that when they have to breathe the same air? There's a select group of people that don't breathe the air we're breathing. They actually have purely filtered air, subterranean lifestyles, and believe it or not, they actually live underground. It's hard to believe that these people actually do, but they do. And they actually have a plan, and it's not a sustainable plan for the Earth. It's actually quite screwed up. They followed the work of David Keith, a geoengineer, who simply said that it costs about $10 billion for them to spray all this stuff in the sky to block the sun from somehow heating up the Earth. And believe it or not, this guy, David Keith, managed to convince these relatively mindless, inbred, super rich people that that's what they need to do in order to trigger a cleaning process in the upper atmosphere. Now, this is how stupid this is. It's like saying that somehow we're going to achieve peace through more war. They are saying that by spraying these chemicals in the air, they're going to somehow prevent climate change, when they themselves are the ones doing exactly that, creating climate change. So we have a very big political battle ahead to somehow gather enough knowledge and awareness among ourselves to somehow build a political movement to challenge these people, because the two parties will not admit what is going on. So this guy's named the Spaceman because he has a background wearing a spacesuit and insisted he did not see anyone present when the photograph was taken. So this is a strange occurrence. This is kind of a weird thing. Some people believe this is proof of time travel. But the Solway Firth Spaceman, also known as the Solway Spaceman or Cumberland Spaceman, is a figure seen in a photograph taken in 1964 by a fireman and photographer named Jim Templeton. And the picture was taken on Burgh Marsh, situated near Burgh by Sands, overlooking the Solway Firth in Cumbria, England. Templeton claimed the photograph shows a background figure wearing a spacesuit and insisted that he did not see anyone present when the photograph was taken. The image was reproduced widely in contemporary newspapers and gained interests of UFOologists. The contemporary analysis concluded that the figure was the photographer's wife, standing with her back towards the camera. Her dress appeared white due to overexposure. Okay. I'm going to go with that one. Now, we have evidence of space people in our room right now. There is solid evidence that we have a space person in our room right now. And we should send this on to MUFON. Yeah, it sounds like a lie to me, but this is real. The shiny puffy coat could very well be an alien being. We don't know this for sure. We know he has hands. But other than that, he could be any type of alien being underneath that spacesuit. So we may have evidence of alien abductions right here in the show. British Airways and AI precision full wing spray AK patent. They've got a patent to spray us. Let's take a look. Speaking of spraying us. Here's Mike Decker getting sprayed in Wyoming.
November 9th, mass spraying operations continue.
Wow.
As you can probably tell by that fugly sky. This is British Airways 2277, if I recall right. Lots of different mixes today.
We got 5 minutes and 29 seconds of Mike Decker watching up close with his Nikon camera some of these planes dumping chemicals right on his head in Wyoming. In the great state of Wyoming. And I drove through there and I saw the same thing going on. We saw it last summer we were out there. And down the rabbit hole says Phil Schneider was working in the DUMBs, the deep underground military bases in Dulce, New Mexico. Do you believe that Phil Schneider encountered an alien attack where 77 people were killed, over 100 people were killed in this underground location in Dulce, New Mexico? Do you believe that story? Down the rabbit hole? What if I told you Phil Schneider was a welder who actually had a bad welding accident and tried to make a life out of it? What if I told you that he actually was hurt during a welding encounter? And they needed to turn that around, make it sound really meaningful, and decided to declare he was in some sort of a space-age battle with aliens who'd been working with his dad at Werner von Braun's assembly plant. I've seen his documentary. I've seen all his films, but when I found out he was a welder who had a serious accident, I was like, what? Wait a second. Maybe he had a bad welding accident and he just had to correct his life somehow and make something out of it. No, I'm not going to wholeheartedly believe in him, but you know, Bill Cooper's alien agenda theory it kind of crosses this out as possible Phil Schneider being disinformation. That there, according to the Majestic 12 document, Eisenhower had a meeting with 7 different alien species, right? Well, turns out the executive order that Truman had put together, that Eisenhower had put together, didn't exist. And William Cooper found that out. In 97-422, I believe it was. It was never an executive order. So there's a lot of real question marks about the Majestic 12 documents, and according to Bill Cooper, the alien agenda seems like something that the government would create to try to explain things that they themselves couldn't explain. That's not John Schneider. John Schneider that's a Dukes of Hazzard guy. That's I actually met him when I was a young guy. Yeah, I delivered T-shirts to his apartment in North Hollywood. If you can imagine, I walked right up to him in his early days and delivered T-shirts to the guy. He answered the door. He said, "Hey, man," we kind of like looked alike too. Back then, I was much older than he is. For some reason, he looks a lot older than me now. Huh. No, we're talking about Phil Schneider, the guy who allegedly went on the road talking in the early 80s. He talked about his encounter with alien creatures. In fact, I got a clip of it if you want to see it. Breaking news, whistleblower's lawyer bragged about getting kiddie porn perps national security clearances. Are you serious? Well, the more dirt Donald Trump pulls up about this whistleblower, the more he'll be able to defend himself in court. So I really want every Republican to know that I want you to get full measure of defense here. And if we need to put this to rest, great. But if there's more and more evidence that Donald Trump is doing quid pro quo for personal gain, then you got yourself a liar as a president. And that's not good. Let's take a look at Phil Schneider just for a second. You'll see how his arm was cut off, or his hand was, yeah, he had missing a couple fingers. It wasn't pretty. Yeah, and apparently he did have like a scar in the middle of his body, which kind of wasn't nice either. Phil, you want to step in and say hi? Phil Schneider, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dulce alien confrontation.
Oops.
What? What's happening? Okay, take a look at this.
I said I put enter for yes.
We're showing screen.
I know, I'm sorry.
We're just waiting for her to
iTheory
accomplish this.
generate config.
Are you making fun of his zip mouth? Please, try not to make fun of Shiny Puffy Coat. Thank you. So the Democrats, the terrorists, what about the retardicans that seem to constantly believe in four magical words? Fake news, hoax, witch hunt. Those are the four magical words that every retardican knows to write down to the, and they repeat them. It's like a mantra when they go to bed. Fake news, hoax, witch hunt. 4 words. Well, we're kind of past the zero collusion because all the Republicans think that there is no zero collusion. Even though you're going to have to deal with the fact that Donald Trump did work with Russia, and we know for a fact that Mueller did not in any way exonerate him. Hello, Earth to retardicans. Planet awareness is coming upon you very shortly. Wake up call. Planet reality check is going to hit you real soon. Yeah, we don't like traitors here, okay? Especially traitors against our country who suck up to Russia like Donald Trump did. Bad news. You should be ashamed of yourself. How dare you? I shouldn't be here. I should be in school. How dare you? Yeah, so it'll be a big wake-up call when you realize Donald Trump has been lying to you continuously. And you believe everything he said. It's all a big hoax. It's all a scam. Oh, don't forget scam. That's your 5th word. It goes fake news, witch hunt, scam, repeat. Fake news, witch hunt, scam, repeat. Fake news, witch hunt, scam, repeat. You keep that rolling all night long. You'll have a good night's sleep. You can forget about it. You don't have to think about it anymore. Yeah, you don't have to know all the details because that's where they'll basically prosecute Donald on all those areas. You can just call it fake news right now because you don't need to have a defense for Donald because remember, you believe him. I'm a veteran in the war against tyranny. You're right. My parents were both veterans. Both my parents were Marines. It's a big day for me. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. I'm not sure how I'm going to celebrate it. Have you decided what you're going to do on Veterans Day?
Yep.
Good.
I'm gonna clean.
Clean. It's going to be a day of cleaning. Okay, and here I wanted to, just hang out and watch the final episode of
Well, I wanted to do that today.
Game of
but
Thrones. Well, we've got 6 episodes left for Game of Thrones. I'm going to milk every single one of them. We've got the war with the Walking Dead on steroids, the White Walkers. That's coming. It's actually too stressful to watch this show when you think about all these Walking Dead people coming out, the mid-lead characters. Now you know how to close a window. Now hover over the terminal window and press Alt-Shift-Q. Can I play Phil Schneider now?
Okay, I'm gonna leave it here like this. Okay. David's gonna think he's in like a normal micro Firefox tab.
Yeah.
Or I should just quit it because now I've got to go work on my pumpkin soup.
She's got pumpkin priorities going on, and if it's dripping, you have to drain it into the pan. It's very difficult. So, I think I got it to the point where it's okay.
Okay.
No, Trump Jr. can barely even speak on camera without acting like he's on cocaine. So I don't think so. If Trump Jr. could slow down and not look like a speed freak, that'd be great. I'm not saying he is one. He just looks like one. No, this has not been a daily thing. Misanthropy's been helping her get started on Lennox. We're going to try to stick to the pre-show in the after show. I'd rather not have our regular show being taken. As you know, I have a flow that I normally get involved in, and
it's called 6:30 and 8 o'clock for 30 minutes.
6:30 and 8 o'clock for 30 minutes. Sarah will be coming in and doing this. But right now, we've done the whole show kind of get started to kick-start this whole thing.
It's because it's a weekend.
Yeah. It's good for me because it gets us to on the next level we need to get to, because if we don't have our own guest room in the next 6 months, we won't be able to grow. We are currently being stifled by the tremendous censorship that's going on right now on all the networks. Now, as you know, that the Earth only has 0.038% of our atmosphere is carbon dioxide. Yet these climate change activists are constantly pitching this belief that, it's the carbon dioxide, it's destroying our world. 0.038% of our atmosphere is carbon dioxide. I mean, that's shocking when you think how they're exaggerating its importance. And I actually agree with Scissorfight on this one, that we are seeing a huge propaganda scam pushed onto us for the purpose of making money, taxing us. So coming up, we'll be playing a 10-minute video PK's got called "The World is Taking Climate Change Fart Lightly." Too lightly, I suppose he said. Yeah. So.
Sorry.
Bing, bing. So I'm not here to call Hunter Biden a crackhead or call Donald Jr. a coke fiend. I'm just saying his behavior was a little bit herky-jerky during the View, and it seemed like he was way too jacked up on something. Maybe it was just coffee. I don't know. I don't know his personal life. Now you open a terminal and type power off.
I actually went back to your direction that you typed that earlier. So anyway, I got it.
This is the Misanthropy teaching Sarah Lennox night. Excuse me?
Yeah, I was telling everyone that we're all
not you,
and we're all learners.
Yes. No, are you accusing me of being unpatriotic when I turn on a president who sold his soul to Putin? I don't think so, sir. No, I said he acted like he was high on coke. That's all. I didn't call him a cokehead. No, I said he acted like he was on cocaine. Really, really buzzy. You want to see it again? I'll play it for you. Play it again, Sam. I'll do it later when Sarah's not busy.
I did see a little bit of the alt 2. I saw that it opened another, I want to call it window, but it's like at the bottom. I saw what it happened at the bottom. The workspace. I saw that second workspace.
Good. Yeah, he seemed very, very hyper.
So.
And you said that Hunter Biden is a cracker
do you want
method.
this on or not?
No, I don't. I don't. You know, that's a sealed file the Navy has on Hunter Biden. I don't know anything about Hunter Biden's cocaine arrest. I have no specifics on that. And I don't think Donald Jr. has ever been arrested for cocaine. So I'm not saying he's a cokehead. I'm just saying he sounded like one.
Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Good luck with the pumpkin. We might have a pumpkin situation in there. I don't know.
Okay.
If the walls cave
go.
in.
I'm gonna see the pumpkin. It's pumpkin soup. Like, I cooked this huge giant pumpkin that's bigger than David and I had put together.
It's a big pumpkin. So you're on cocaine right now? Guest 4495 is on cocaine. He's being fed cocaine by the agency that hired him to attack our show. Last Thursday, I did the great vegan rice dish. If you want to see it, it was on. Yeah, exactly. And here is my link. You can check it out. Hey, I just call it what I see. I've been around people on cocaine for a long time in my life. I've seen how they behave in Hollywood. And I'm just saying, he was very hyperactive in that View show. Well, let's be clear.
He's talking about lowering the discourse to his level, which is horrible for this country. Even if people are working, we don't want to have a country like that. Do you understand that?
We've all
They don't
done
like
things.
the vessel of the Samaritan, so they
quit.
But nevertheless, look at the result.
We've all done things that we regret. I mean, if we're talking about bringing the discourse down, Joy, you've worn blackface. Whoopi,
No,
you
I
said
haven't.
that Roman
I'm
Polanski.
sorry.
I'm sorry, and don't. You said that Roman Polanski. It wasn't rape when he raped a child. So let's talk about.
So let's
things.
talk
Come on,
about
that's
this. So
not
you
fair.
want to bring this up? The question came up.
I did not go in blackface, please.
No, she was not in blackface.
Thank you.
Sorry, listen, being black, I recognize blackface. This I can say. Okay? I know it when I
Dr. Henry backed me up on that.
So now that you've broken this piece of ice, because I guess this is the fight you want.
It's not the fight I want.
Yeah, it is.
But if we're
Because
talking
when
about
you-
character, we're
because
talking about these
Are you
things.
questioning my character?
I'm not
No,
questioning your
talking
character.
about
I'm talking about you're questioning my father's character.
I'm
and
not,
I say
I'm
we all
sorry,
have done
I didn't question
things.
anybody. I simply said that when you're talking about that your father's taken more heat than anybody else, that it's not so. Instead,
As a president?
Yes,
Come
as
on.
a president.
That's
Yes.
ridiculous.
He's getting pressed every day.
He's a president.
5 took a lot more heat than your father has taken at his hands.
By the way,
Name a president who's taken more heat than my
everybody
father.
stop. Hold up, hold up, hold up.
President Trump.
We'll be right back.
Now, Whoopi was in charge of this scene, but you can tell that Mr. Donald Jr. was very, very excitable. Now, I can't say how much excitement he got from coffee or whatever he was on, but I can tell you that he's calling out Joy Behar as a blackface, even though she did a beautiful African woman. I mean, that was clearly a very beautiful African woman. Yeah. It smells good. Great. He was looking for a fight. Shiny Puffy Coat said it very well, yeah. So let's cut to the chase and just say, Donald, make sure you don't get so high on juiced up on coffee or Red Bull when you come in there, because frankly, people want you to be calmer, Donald Jr. I don't think he put anybody in their place. I think he was just jacked up on something. All I know is that the whole family seems a little bit weird at times, and when they do this stuff, whatever they do, when they do the stuff that they do, they get this weird sniffling thing going on with their nose. Like here. That's all I can play, less than 8 seconds. I will go on The View and I would defend my blackface, and I would love to talk to those ladies about it. And I'll tell them the kind of censorship that we've Americans suffered from, and not being able to be seen or heard in the 8 years that Obama was president. And it's clear that he is homosexual. I mean, he lusted after his uncle, actually his professor. He wrote twice that he lusted after his professor. So let's face it, he was gay, or he is gay. And I would gladly talk about Barack Obama's homosexuality and the fact that Michelle is a transgender, which is important to know.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly, like this picture right here of Ellen DeGeneres' show, in which Michelle Obama, and this has not been doctored footage, this is real. This is right off the actual photographs taken, the video. Look at that. Wow. If that isn't a dude with a penis, I don't know. Call me a monkey's uncle. Yeah. All right. You saw it. Now back to the show. In case you're wondering about the Stargate, we don't talk about that here. We'll talk about the Stargate on Conspiracy Monday, okay? Today's Sustainable Saturday. We don't talk about the Stargate on only that's Conspiracy Monday stuff. All right, now, assuming that sniffle was a cold and that Donald Jr. was jacked up on coffee, which we have to assume, God forbid, I hope these people aren't doing illicit drugs, you know? Hey, there's a mural in downtown San Francisco depicting this new icon of environmental consciousness, or should I say cap and trade legislation, where you get taxed. Greta Thunberg.
Figure who's become synonymous with the fight against climate change is coming to life here in the Bay Area. A 4-story mural of Greta Thunberg is nearing completion in Union Square. Nightbeat Vasquez on the powerful message that the artist hopes his piece will inspire. Joe?
You are looking at the newest addition to the San Francisco skyline, a mural designed to draw attention to climate change. High above Mason Street. 10 stories up on the...
Wait a second. They're using spray paint to make a mural? Are you serious? They're using chlorofluorhydrocarbons and toluene to make a mural dedicated to this woman's concern about climate change. You got to be kidding me, right? Let's take a slow look at this.
Mason Street.
Right, okay, so now I'm supposed to believe they really care about the environment. Seriously? What do you got, buddy? You're the big Trump supporter, right? I know. That's the same thing I just had. Please put it in someone's heart to paint a MAGA hat on her. Someone please Photoshop a MAGA hat on her. There you go. Make America great again. You do whatever you want, Skull. I mean, that's your trip. I'm not showing you fake Photoshop stuff. I actually showed you Michelle Obama's penis flapping underneath that outfit. Yeah. You don't mind if I call him what his name is, Michael Levon Robinson, do you? I mean, let's just cut to the chase here. We don't have a lot of time to waste time on you Democrats or you retardicans. We want enlightened people to enter our centrist America's Third Party. So please, leave your brain-dead life behind and move forward. Thank you. I know, they're idiots. That's what I'm saying. It's time to move on past the Republican and Democratic Party. You people need to evolve. It's time. We did. We started America's Third Party, 11 years ago, and it's been a rock and roll experience ever since. Look at me, I cut my hair. I'm a totally different person. You'd never guessed it was me. Yeah. The hippie days are over. Yeah, I'm Mr. Straight, Mr. Cool. Mr. Straight. Do-do-do-do-do. I'd love to try a little taste, yeah. Sarah has brought in the pumpkin soup from heaven. I bet it's good.
But I'll try it too. It looks really good.
I'm a centrist, man. I don't want to push red flag laws like Trump does and take away your right to bear arms. I said gun control's off the table. I mean that too. Don't take me as a liberal. I would never force transgenderism upon you or your family. Wow, that is a really subtle soup. Oh, amazingly great taste. Great aftertaste. Yeah, I am not in any way liberal, sir. Trump is going to be president up until the day he resigns, which will probably be within, I'd say, 6 months. He's not going to run again. He might as well throw all his posters away. He's going to go back to doing The Apprentice, dude. He should have stayed there. Thanks, Johnny Puffy Cup. But these retardicans, they come in here and they have no clue as to what they're saying anyway. They only have 4 or 5 words rolling in their head. Fake news, witch hunt, hoax, scam. We got another one, scam. You picked that up yesterday.
Might have been.
It's really good.
Creamier if I cooked it with cream, but
No, this is
actually really good.
This is super good. Yeah,
Low fat.
Low fat and great taste. And I can eat it with my veneers. It's one of the few things you can eat with veneers on.
Well, it's so good. It's like it's pumpkin soup. I should show them the actual pumpkin thing. That
Don't. It's too difficult to carry in here.
I carried it. I emptied the water so I was able to carry it.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it would be terrible if it like fell on the way in here in the living room and splat the whole.
Well, if I opened this door, I could do it.
Okay, if you really want to show the pumpkin soup, that's fine. I just think it could very well be. No, it does not stink. Thank you so much. That was really good. Hey, it's past our bedtime. 10 minutes past the normal show time.
Okay, I'm going to show them the pumpkin. And
We're doing an extended show for you guys. Doesn't matter. It's good. She's going to show you the whole pumpkin and nothing but the pumpkin. I know Trump is going to have to face the music. Why do you think he already moved to Florida? Because he knows he's going to be facing the crimes he committed in New York. All of you Republicans are supporting a guy who doesn't even pay his debts off. Do a little research on Trump and find out he stiffed 60 Polish workers out of their paycheck for building one of his Trump buildings in New York. They had a lawsuit against him. He's had over 150 lawsuits against him for not paying people. The caterer at the Marla Maples wedding didn't get paid, $350,000. Trump said, "Oh, doing my wedding is your payment." Look at that. Isn't that amazing? And the soup's inside. You see? Isn't that cool?
I baked this whole pumpkin.
And we just cooked it in the pan. It was great. Man, this is the way to do it. I'm telling you.
That was good, wasn't it?
It was really good. You can put it in the refrigerator with a cap over it. It'll store in the pumpkin in the refrigerator on its own shelf. Nice job, Sarah. Wow. Studio audience loved it. Wow. Thank you. Everybody get your Dixie cups out. We're going to serve you some of this pumpkin pie, or pumpkin soup, rather. Absolutely. Now back to the amazing Phil Schneider and his alien encounter.
Yes, I heard a man speaking about the same things you have been speaking about down in Australia named Stan Deyo. Do you know that man?
Stan Deyo, yes, I've heard of him, but I don't know of him.
Are you aware of this asteroid headed toward the Earth?
Yes, Nemesis is called Nemesis. It's a brown star. It's probably hollow. It's maybe not a star at all. Has a specific gravity of a little less than 1.718 or something like that, which means it's extremely hollow and light. It has a mass of 10 times the size of Jupiter. It is so massive, it's dragging comets and meteoritic material with it in space.
Okay, we've got more on him. Let's show you the first one. That was the 7th one. I very rarely play that one, but I've got his entire shtick The guy was pretty convincing, and I still kind of believe that he really did have this encounter because he talked about various people, and I'll tell you about them in a second, that were connected to the real McCoy. I mean, Werner von Braun and others. Apparently his father really did work for Werner von Braun. That's a true story.
One of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. And burnt.
His fingers were burnt right off. You see that at the last picture there? Let me play another one from him. Yeah, apparently he said that this encounter burned his fingers off.
One of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. And burnt.
Apparently that's the same one. I just played it over and over again. You see his fingers are missing? Yeah, along with he did have a scar down the middle of his back. Or this front rather.
Now, I'm going to casually mention to you something that's very scary indeed, and tell you what the alien agenda is. And it's going to sound very familiar. The alien agenda is the complete takeover of this planet, the killing off of 5, 6 to 7/8 of the world's population by the year 2029. U.S. military has known about this for 45 years. They've told no one. As far as I know, I'm the only person standing before a crowd talking about the alien agenda, secretively. Okay. Back in 1954, I'll give you a quick overview. There was the created 1954 treaty where Eisenhower signed a pact with the known alien species of the time. There were 3 at the time. And said that we're going to deal in high technology, but you can take a few head of cattle and a few human beings and you can experiment on them. It's unthinkable. It's stuff straight out of the Nazi death camps, and I'm kidding you not, it's plain BS, and it's got to stop.
Okay, now that was his version of the alien agenda. Bill Cooper, the famous conspiracy theorist, who was the father of conspiracy theory, really, William Cooper, who wrote the Pale Horse. He talked about the alien agenda being a complete fake story that the government created with the Majestic 12 documents. So it's either idea, but Phil Schneider talked about this man, the Valiant Thor, who, as seen in the picture, worked with Werner von Braun in the early days of the space program. Now, as you know, that Werner von Braun is a character that Germany we acquired through the Operation Paperclip, along with Albert Einstein and many other German nuclear scientists. But the Valiant Thor was known to have an IQ beyond our registration. He spoke all languages on Earth. And if you believe the story to its greatest degree, these people were working with aliens at the time. The space alien named Valiant Thor and his second in command, a female named Jill, showed off the image at the UFO and claimed that Valiant Thor and Jill were extraterrestrial beings from planet Venus. This behavior attracted the attention of the authorities, and eventually Dr. Stranges, his name was Stranges, was contacted by a Pentagon insider called Nancy Warren, who told him that, astoundingly, Val himself had requested a personal meeting. Anyway, this goes on to talk about Valiant Thor and Jill. But this is the only picture we have of this guy who they claim he had an IQ of 1,200. Now, the highest IQ measured on Earth is 228 by a woman named Marilyn Vos Savant. This woman actually has an IQ of 228. So it's the highest known IQ on Earth. Very interesting, huh? He claimed to have 1,200. So you can imagine that intelligence. Must have been mind-boggling. Pun intended. All right, moving on. Cool Rock Party is Flower of Happiness. Can you talk more about politics? Aliens aren't real. Yes, thank you. Gosh. I so don't want to talk about the theory of aliens because I don't believe they exist. I do believe that the possibility is there that there could be someone outside of our existing plane, but let's talk about politics. You're right. Donald Trump is immersed in a disaster of utmost proportion. No time in our country's history have we seen such an interesting cavalcade of events, mostly due to Donald Trump's intrepid style of communicating, which is completely upside down, spinning left and right, bass-ackwards, running his mouth off. Now his newest answer to the big question, did you order Joe Biden information from the President Zelensky of Ukraine in order to get the $400 million, the quid pro quo? And his newest defense is he's going to throw Sondland, Ambassador Sondland, under the bus. That's right. He's kind of stuck in one place now. He's going to say, no, I never wanted to get dirt on my opponent. That was all other people. I never ordered that. That's the next step. And believe it or not, this is coming. He's going to try to claim this guy as some surreptitious or secret reason to get information. Sondland had no desire whatsoever to get any information. Rudy Giuliani was at the center of this, along with Mike Mulvaney, who doesn't want to talk about it. So now there's a whole story that other people are the cause of this problem. It's not Donald. It's very similar to Ronald Reagan's defense when he said that, well, I don't know anything about this Iran-Contra affair. Don Regan knows all of that. Nancy, could I have one of your Valium? But really, Ronald Reagan was left in the dark, and he claimed he didn't know anything. So Cap Weinberger served 2 years in jail. Our Secretary of Defense served 2 years in jail for the Iran-Contra affair. It's very likely the Republicans are going to pull this number. Okay, let's take a look at your input, Mother's Grundle. Yeah, he's a man-child with a dwindling team of handlers to manage him. And Mother's Grundle says, no military strategist that I'm aware of suggests telegraphing your attack day and time. Exactly. Good point. Loose lips sink ships. That's an old adage that was used in World War II. And loose lips really imply a president telling our opponent that our entire armada fleet is outside of North Korea right now. Remember when he told Duterte that our entire military fleet was outside of North Korea in response to North Korea firing a few missiles off? This is the first year he was president. Well, it turns out that that's exactly what happened. Donald Trump said that, and the commanders had to turn and do a about face and leave the area. He actually changed foreign policy right in front of our eyes when he released top secret information about the troops' location. And we're talking about the naval armada that was out there. And the commanders have actually said that they were going in the wrong direction anyway. So they came up with a fake story to cover Donald Trump's ineptitude. Yeah. Donald Sondland donated $1 million to Trump's campaign, and Trump doesn't know him, or Trump didn't sanction what he was doing. Why would Sondland want to get the dirt on Joe Biden? So if Trump does use this as an excuse, which they say is his next move, because obviously Giuliani has made some pretty tough decisions recently that are going to impact him as well. What's happening in brief is this. As the Democrats continue to mount with proof and evidence of Donald Trump doing a quid pro quo, he's going to have to rely on blaming it on Sondland. When Giuliani just put his foot in his mouth. Oh, this is a side note. Donald Jr. has been having a problem with too many statements on Twitter, and it's upsetting Donald, if you can imagine that. But this is the story I really wanted to show you. Rudy Giuliani tweeted just the other day, the investigation I conducted concerning 2016 Ukrainian collusion and corruption was done solely as a defense attorney to defend my client against false charges that kept changing as one after another were disproven. He's going out saying he's just supporting his client, when in fact Donald Trump, the only defense he can use, really, to get off, is to say that It was just a general check on corruption, nothing personal. But now Donald Trump, his personal attorney, said that that was his sole purpose, to get dirt on Joe Biden, which is a total trap for both Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump. It's like they just checkmated themselves into a very bad situation, both of them. So however this plays out, they're both on track and on record for a clash with the Democrats over the truth. Now, if you Republicans want to say, no, this isn't going to happen, this is all a big hoax, it's all a scam, the only strong position Donald Trump has at this point is to keep attacking Joe Biden, because I think Joe Biden has some serious connections to Burisma. We know that Burisma gave Joe Biden $800,000 to run in 2016. But now that the Biden camp is saying, no, that's ridiculous. Everyone knows Ukraine backed Hillary Clinton. No, there's a trace of Burisma donating money through a super PAC to Joe Biden in 2016. So the Republicans are uncovering the truth about that and Hunter. And it's actually really, really good, because ironically, the best defense for Donald is a good offense now that he's kind of trapped in this area with Rudy Giuliani mouthing off. So I really believe that Donald Trump, the more he pulls up dirt on Joe Biden and his son, the more likely this is going to be a massive reveal of both sides being corrupt, which I think we, the people, will benefit from. We're getting to the bottom of this slowly but surely. We're watching it kind of bubble up in various directions. You put the heat on and eventually you get a boil. Hang on, I gotta close the door. No, it's okay. Do you need to store it in the pumpkin, or do you want to do it in the other thing? I already put it on the bottom shelf. Oh, okay, great. Sarah already put the pumpkin on the bottom shelf. Very together. Yeah, Giuliani just made the last connection needed. So if you guys want to check out this link, it's the Washington Examiner. It's got the proof of Giuliani's admission. But again, I still am strongly urging Donald Trump and his team to keep pulling up the dirt on Joe and the Democratic Party. I'm surprised that Trump hasn't charged Hillary Clinton with any crimes. He hasn't charged Elizabeth Warren with a perjury, which he could have done through the Justice Department after they found out that she was not a Cherokee Indian. Yeah, well, we don't want to hear about your good nights here. Thank you. You're not invited here. Go away. So this is a nonstop reality check that both parties are going to constantly, with the heat on, you can put something on the back burner and you turn it on warm, and you wait a day and that thing will be boiling. So that's all we need to do, is put a little heat under both sides, and we'll get the Democrats, Republicans to really release the truth about how they are. And we know they're corrupt. We know both parties have been corrupt for a long time. Right, I'm just doing this show because I have to, not because I get paid to do it. But the future of technology is very simple. Whoever has the advantage will win. Oh, sorry. Trump's problem is Hunter Biden working for Burisma isn't legal. It isn't illegal. Right, true. Trump withholding congressional appropriated funds for personal gain is. Yeah, but getting your son a job at Burisma and having undisclosed hidden funds, they're finding out he made even more money and that money's dirty. That implies quite a bit. What happened with Christmas? You can't promote your Christmas bouquet? This morning I got an email from Twitter saying they received complaints from this tweet. No kidding. Scott Walker. This is a Christmas tree that is used by people celebrating Christmas. This is not a holiday tree. Are you serious? See, this is why the Democrats are losing it. They're going so far off in politically correct land that they're forgetting that they have freedom of religion. Anybody can believe in Christmas and the Christmas tree. Wow, that's amazing. Thanks from that Scott Walker, former governor of Wisconsin. Giuliani looks like Marty Feldman every time you see him. Wow. PC Wizard said, I'm definitely loving this. This is honestly the best show I've found on this site. Thank you. Well, we've been here for 11 years. And Monday we talk about conspiracies like the V-Rail project.
These subterranean keepers of the Vril could destroy mankind.
Should they come up and decide they wanted to colonize the surface of the planet, we would be doomed.
But I don't talk about that tonight. It would be inappropriate. Yes. But yeah, we've got a lot of things to talk about. Barney Feldman's one of them. Yeah, he was in Young Frankenstein. I remember him. But they're not going to vote for. You're not going to vote two parties ever again. Yeah, me either. I made that decision many years ago. But I have had to vote for one of the other parties to counterbalance this incredible ripoff of our brain. Yeah, they're screwing us over royally. Some of my Democratic leaders in my state are just so far off to the left that they want to tax and spend left and right. And they've got all these people, these Democrats, supporting them like sheep. Thanks for tuning in Monday, yeah. No hurry, but we've been around for 11 years every night, consistently 8 hours a night. So you don't have to worry about us being here. We'll be here when you want to tune in. I'm doing an extended show tonight just because I want to, and sometimes I feel like the need to keep pressing forward. This is the guy you're talking about? Yeah, so let's take a look at Giuliani and compare his face. Yeah, I'm beginning to see the similarity, yeah. Well, I think Giuliani's growing in posture. He's getting bigger. I don't know if he's growing up, but he's growing out. He's had a lot of rocky times. Remember when he could have handed over a face mask to 50,000 workers around the Ground Zero attack, and instead he didn't bother as a governor to mention it? There he is. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely see the resemblance. Absolutely. So let's put this over here. Pivot a little bit. Resize. I think we have a match. Exactly. It looks exactly like him. You're right. Okay, definitely resemblance, yep. You literally told him you're physically conservative and socially liberal. He was like, well, you should go more CNN, not Fox. Yeah, they don't want people who are fiscally conservative in the Republican Party. Donald Trump, he didn't even care about the taxes from the rich people. He gave them all tax breaks along with the Republicans. I mean, what were they thinking? We're going to be $5.5 trillion short in the next 10 years. And a lot of rich people are not putting that money into our economy and creating jobs. That's the problem. If all of those rich people were creating jobs as opposed to investing in Dubai or China, I mean, that'd be great. But they aren't. That's the problem. The idea of a trickle-down economy never worked under Ronald Reagan. It's not working under Trump. Trumponomics has been more like a toilet bowl flushing. We are expanding credit to prop up the stock market. If you're wondering why the economy's good, last week the money market accounts were backed by $75 billion that were infused into the system to make sure that everyone was, covered. We're seeing a lot of guarantees by the Fed, which is expansion of credit. The only way the system that we have can function is the continued expansion of credit. Was it 100 billion? Sorry. 100 billion was brought in. So they keep pumping it up. It makes the stock market look great. Let me just remind you that the crash of 1929, thank you. The crash of 1929 actually was preceded by a really vibrant economy. People were making money left and right. They were taking out margin loans on their money. They were so optimistic they were going to make money the next day. When Monday came along and boom, everybody lost their shirt in 29. So don't think if the economy is rolling along that everything's great, because that's exactly the economic climate that preceded the Great Depression. So don't in any way count your blessings. In reality, we're still riding on thin ice with the stock market. Yes, well, we've owed, $3 trillion we borrowed from the Social Security Trust Fund, sure. But that's just the beginning. We have $22 trillion in shared debt. The United States corporation does. And it's growing every day. That's separate from the Social Security Trust Fund. It's separate from the money we backed Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. That's $12 trillion. It's separate from the $7 trillion we funded Citigroup, and if Citigroup ever falls, we have to cover $7 trillion. We're talking about, they say cumulatively $60 trillion is outstanding for our economy to float. So we keep borrowing money, expanding debt as we go along. That's what's happening. Okay, let's take a look at this chart that Super Saber just brought in. In case you missed it, the federal balance sheet expansion continues as the Fed keeps buying more U.S. debt. Total assets rose by more than $19 billion to $4 trillion. Yeah. Equal to 18.8% of the U.S. GDP. And this was all within the past few years. See what's happening? They're propping up the dollar, just like the Chinese prop up the yuan. So, when Trump says the economy is doing great, he's got backers, people in the deep state that control who he is and what he does. Trump, believe me, is not fighting the deep state. He's owned by the deep state. The reason why I say that is there is a sex tape out there. There really is. It's not some make-believe thing. You see quality content, yeah. Thank you, Flower of Happiness. I got to tell you, 11 years and 5 Twitch viewers. We got banned on for all of you who are still watching on Twitch. We were banned for 5 years on Twitch. Yeah, Capital Gains shut us down on some bogus charge. We were censored early on Twitch, and it was only until last year that they relaxed, or this past year, they relaxed the standards on the terms of service and allowed us back in.
Maybe it's because she's just a little too busy ordering around her little conformist fucker sheep. Shame! You are all sheep.
Thanks for that. Anyway, back to you. It's just amazing how many people like our show but wonder why we're so censored. That's why we're censored. Yeah, the Lakers are 7-1. 7 wins to 1 loss. That's not bad. Okay, I think we're going to wrap it up tonight early, and I'm going to spend some quality time with Sarah. But it's been nice having a late night chat with you. I'm going to go to the videos now and play you videos that have come in as links to our show. I normally do that at 10 o'clock, but I did a half an hour extended show. And I wanted to just give you that because it's important to at least stay active here. Okay, we're going to be back on Monday, and we'll see you guys then. I'll be in the show till 1 o'clock in the morning with the videos. I'll start off with some pretty weird things that are flying in the skies above us. Thank you, man. We've got chemtrails that have been seen on on a different angle, they looked like globs of weirdness coming at us. I'll be showing you that in just a sec. Well, they have an easy schedule to start out with. Well, that's good. I mean, the Lakers are due for a comeback. They were a great team back when I used to follow them, but I can't say they are anymore. I mean, it's like some of them are falling asleep at the switch. Charles Barkley, for one, I think he played with the Lakers, for like one season? Remember that? He was like a cameo appearance. All right. 6'5" and a forward, really? Okay. So if you're ever wondering what makes this world tick and why are there wars, always remember that all wars are bankers' wars. And try to be a proud American, even though you're facing difficulties in the Walmart parking lot. Yeah, as best you can, try to survive, even though it's not easy. I know. Was I thinking of Karl Malone? You're right. Karl Malone played for one season. Charles Barkley didn't. You know your Lakers. Okay, I was mistaken. I hit the top level on the BS beater. Man the lifeboats. Man the lifeboats. Yeah, I misthought the thing. I wasn't even around watching the Lakers at that time in their career when they had Karl Malone. I know. And thanks for helping Sarah on this last trip around. Yeah, we're trying to get Linux to load onto another computer, and Misanthropy's been instrumental in getting us there. Thank you. All right, I'm Mr. Wright signing off. I'll be back on Monday. See you then.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true, my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat.